Sí, todo mucho mejor. Sí, te puedes amarrar ese plan y luego no más agarrar. Mira, te digo que
solo el cómo cultivar y producir más alimentos, sino cómo reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de manera sostenible. Fuentes recientes indican que se pierden y desperdician entre un 30 y 40% de los alimentos producidos para consumo humano a nivel global. Esto, por su parte, contribuye en la generación de entre un 8 y un 10% del total de los gases de efecto invernadero mundial, que a su vez empeoran los efectos negativos que ya vivimos por el cambio climático. Pero no solo eso, en todo el mundo, 3.100 millones de personas no pueden acceder a dietas saludables y alrededor de 828 millones de personas pasan hambre, lo que significa que estamos ante la apremiante necesidad y oportunidad de acelerar las medidas orientadas a reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos para combatir el hambre y obtener beneficios inmediatos relacionados con ello, mejorando la sostenibilidad global de nuestros sistemas alimentarios. En México se pierde o desperdicia más del 40% de toda la producción de alimentos, por lo que el llamado a la acción para combatir esto es urgente. Homologar a través de iniciativas como la del Pacto por la Comida, implementada por bancos de alimentos del mundo y otros aliados, que se constituye como el primer acuerdo voluntario de empresas y organismos de diferentes sectores en Latinoamérica, basado en la medición, recuperación y donación de alimentos, así como en la comunicación sobre la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos en México. Nestlé México fue un pionero al sumarse a esta iniciativa, cuyo objetivo es reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos hasta un 50% en un periodo de 10 años, a través de una mayor eficiencia de los procesos a lo largo de toda la cadena de producción, así como la colaboración desde los agricultores hasta los consumidores. Es un gusto para mí compartirles que a un año de actividad, el Pacto por la Comida en México logró reunir firmantes para trabajar de la mano y establecer metas a corto, mediano y largo plazo para la reducción de pérdidas y desperdicio al interior de las empresas y metas de incremento de organizaciones necesarias para inspirar el cambio, tomar la acción y promover sistemas alimentarios generativos, manteniendo al centro a las personas y a las familias, a las comunidades y a nuestra planeta.
Thank you very much, Fausto Costa, Nestle CEO, for this message. Now it's an honor for me to present the Executive Director of RIFER, who is with us remotely. She is in the Council for the Defense of Natural Resources. She directs the work of the organization to reduce food loss and waste, concentrating on market policies and policies to maintain sustainability. She's the General Director, an expert on food worldwide, and also one of the first persons to mention how much food is wasted in the United States in a year. So She works in the Council for the Defense of Natural Resources, advising technical on this issue. Some of the most outstanding aspects of his career include the manual of a kitchen without waste, amongst other things. She testified in Congress. She advises Google, and she appeared John Oliver in Last Week Tonight. She's also a founding member of ReFed Council. We welcome Dana Ganders, who will talk about capital innovation, the participation of key actors in the reduction of food waste and loss. I am.
When we went out to restaurants, there were very large portions that we were not able to finish. And we did not have the opportunity to take it home with us. It did not seem like it was the custom.
Y no parecía que era
And
costumbre
I
llevárselo
also
a la
noticed
casa.
that when we stayed with families, they were not used to saving
Le estoy informando
that
Ahora
que no me mandan el audio de...
So I noticed some real opportunities to perhaps make better.
Un segundo, Dana,
Some of the observations
¿me
that
podrá
we
escuchar
have
para decir que no
for
le
food
escuchamos?
waste in the US
Podemos esperar.
and some of the work that we are doing at ReFed as well. And you can go to the next slide. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Are you not able to hear me?
Es que no creo que me escuche. Hola. Dana, do you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
No, we're having little technical problems. Give us a minute, please.
Estamos teniendo.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Okay, super. So my organization is called ReFed. We work
No,
entirely
Dana,
on
we are not able to listen to you.
and we focus on 3 areas.
Ni ella,
On
nosotros.
providing more data and insights on the topic, on bringing more money into the space to invest in solutions, and then on engaging, creating a network
Dana.
of people. So we hold a big conference every year, and we host many events as well. And you can go to the next slide.
No, es que no me escucha tampoco. Dana, would you please give us a minute, please, to solve this technical problem? Because we are not able to listen to you in the auditorium.
Hi, are you able to hear me now?
We hear you now. Yeah, now we hear you. Go ahead, Dana. Now we hear you.
No.
Okay, maybe I'll start with who we are because I'm not sure what you were able to hear. So we are an organization that is entirely dedicated to reducing food loss and waste in the US. We focus on providing data on the topic, on bringing more money into the space to fund and invest in solutions, and on creating a network of people and engaging people and companies and policy on the topic. And you can go to the next slide, please. So if you're able to go to the next slide, that would be great. We have noticed that this moment, this time is very exciting for the topic, and that there's a lot more attention right now. And part of that is coming from the fact that coming back from COVID, there have been more disruptions in the supply chain. There have been labor shortages. There's more food delivery, but this is all combining to mean there's less predictability. And that really increases the chances that there'll be more food going to waste. And if you can click on the next slide, please. There's also, at the same time, there has been a rise in food prices. There has been a rise in fuel prices. There are shortages of truckers. And all of that is meaning that it pays more because food prices are so much. There's more incentive to reduce waste, and people and businesses are paying more attention. Can you go to the next slide, please? And one more slide, please. The last thing that we're noticing is that with so many things feeling overwhelming and out of people's control, like climate change and COVID, people are really turning to food as something that they can control and find pleasure in. And so that there's really more attention, at least here in the US, by consumers on what they are eating and how they are eating and the time they are taking to cook and eat. Next slide, please. So all of that together has really created a moment to do even more on the topic, and we have seen more attention by the government, for instance, in really investing more into the topic right now. Next slide, please. So in the US, we have big numbers, just like I heard you do in Mexico. About 35% of all our food does not get eaten. It's over $400 billion worth of food, and it has huge resource impacts. In fact, about 4% of our entire greenhouse gas footprint is it comes from food that is never eaten, as well as huge water and land use. And actually, food is the #1 product that gets today in the US. Next slide, please. At the same time, about 1 in 8 Americans are considered food insecure, meaning they don't always know where their food will come from. Next slide, please. When we look at the biggest picture of this issue, the United Nations predicts that in 2050, we will actually need about 50% more food than we have now to feed our growing population. And we ask, where will that food come from? Will we cut down more rainforests and other native ecosystems to grow it? Or can we just use the food that we already are growing, and can we do a better job of preserving it and putting it to good use? And we actually estimate that about 24% of all of the future food needs could be met if we were to cut food loss and waste in half. Next slide, please. So just a few things that are happening here in the US. You can go to the next slide. We are seeing a lot of momentum in the business community. Next slide, please. We have had many companies sign up for the commitment of cutting food loss and waste in half by 2030. And they are doing that through different programs that you can see here on the screen. We also have a program for cities to sign up. And so we're having cities, municipalities, those local governments sign up for that goal as well. And we have about 16 cities already who have signed up. Next slide, please. One of those that we work on in partnership with RAP, who you will hear from later, is the Pacific Coast Food Waste Commitment. This is a public-private partnership with some of the largest retailers, and as well as now manufacturers are joining and food service companies. And we are working together to meet that joint goal of cutting food loss and waste in half by 2030. And we've started by creating a baseline of measurement. And so for the retailers, they've all submitted actual numbers on how much food is surplus and how much is going to donation, to animal feed, to composting, and to other destinations. And that information together in the hopes of a joint, progress report that we can do every year, reporting success. We are also using this group to test pilot projects, and we have working groups that are trying to work collaboratively and pre-competitively to address some of the challenges to reducing food loss and waste. Next slide, please. We are seeing some successes. Just recently, we've had companies like General Mills, a big manufacturer here, say they've reduced their food loss and waste by 24%. Kroger is one of our biggest food retailers. They've reduced by about 19%. And Compass Group, one of our biggest food service companies, has reduced their food waste, at least in the healthcare sector, by about 33%. Next slide, please. We are also seeing a lot of activity on policy and governments getting more and more involved. We've had almost 100 bills introduced. That doesn't mean they passed, but they've at least been introduced. About 28 of those have passed at the state level. Also at the federal level, we are seeing more investment. Just in June, the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced $90 million of investment that they will put into reducing food loss and waste around the country, as one example. Next slide, please. We also are seeing a lot more private investment. So since 2019, we have seen that private investment funds have doubled year over year, going into startups that are creating solutions in this space. And some of those startups are growing very quickly and achieving a lot of success. So that's very exciting to see. Next slide, please. A lot of media coverage. And to be honest, even more now. I've spoken to probably 10 reporters this month of big publications who all really want to talk about this because of the increase in food prices and the increased attention to climate. I think those two things together are creating a real moment for this issue. Next slide, please. It's been interesting that several businesses are showing that food waste is very important to their stakeholders. So we're seeing more and more awareness and attention and customers demanding that the businesses that they are going to pay attention to this problem. So this is one company, Sodexo, a big food service company, that found that food waste was important both to their business as well as to their customers. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So at ReFed, one of the things we focus on quite a bit is data. And we have created what we use engine that has several different tools to help people understand the problem of food waste, where it's happening, why it's happening, how much in different sectors. Look at solutions. We've analyzed about 42 different solutions to food waste for how much food they can save, as well as how much they cost. and how much money they save when they're implemented. We have a directory of organizations that are working on the problem, a calculator for impact, and we have a tracker we have 2 trackers, one for how much investment is going into the issue and one for what policies have been passed in different states and federally. Next slide, please. We also have several projects working to bring more money into the space. So we, during COVID, stood up a fund to help get money to a lot of the smaller organizations who were working to rescue food on the ground. And we were able to move $3.5 million to 37 different grantees who were able to save 50 million pounds of food from going to waste. We currently are working in partnership with an investment firm here to stand up a $100 million platform that would do both private investment and grant making. And we also have participated and hosted what we call innovation challenges. So for instance, we partnered with one company here that had 50,000 tons of pomegranate husk waste because they produce pomegranate juice, and they held a $1 million prize competition to find ways to use that material better. And actually we're able to find companies who could take that and extract nutrients from it, and also create animal feed. So it was a very successful challenge. Next slide, please. Refed really works across the whole ecosystem of players, and I think this slide might be hard to read, but what it really says is that we work with businesses, we work with policymakers, we work with the research and academic community and nonprofit organizations, and we really try to act as the backbone of the movement here and make a lot of the connections that need to happen to have us go faster and have us be stronger. Next slide, please. So that was all the promising information. I think in the end, our model shows that in the US, food waste actually continued to increase up until 2016. After that, it has gone down modestly from a per capita perspective. So we estimate it's decreased 1% since 2006. But while that is okay news, pretty good, better than going up, it's nowhere near as much as we need to do to reach our goal to cut food waste in half in 8 short years. And so we really need to see an acceleration here in the US, as well as around the world, if we're going to come anywhere close to that goal. And that's why I'm so happy to hear about all of the momentum that is growing in Mexico, and appreciate you having me here today. You can go to that next slide. I love this phrase. There are a few people who said it, so I don't know who to attribute it to, but it says, if not you, then who, then when? And I look forward to hearing about all of the progress in Mexico and all working together to really make this happen. Thank you very much.
Y promover programas de sostenibilidad ambiental y social. Renan ha sido de los fundadores en desarrollar e impulsar el Pacto por la Comida en México, junto con el Waste Resources Action Program, WRAP, del Reino Unido, así como con la Asociación de Bancos de Alimentos de México. Y es nuestro experto técnico en mediciones y desarrollo de acciones para reducir las pérdidas y desperdicios de alimentos en las empresas firmantes. Renan ha sido gerente de proyectos y especialista ambiental senior del Banco Mundial para la región de América Latina y el Caribe desde el 2000. También responsable por coordinar el diseño y supresión de múltiples proyectos y estudios sobre residuos sólidos, calidad del aire, agua y saneamiento, salud y medio ambiente, sitios contaminados y también sobre pérdidas y desperdicios de alimentos. Antes de asumir sus funciones en el Banco Mundial, Renan fue investigador del East West Center en Hawái, especialista ambiental encargado de los programas de diseminación y educación ambiental para la Secretaría de Educación Pública y especialista ambiental para la Secretaría de Desarrollo Urbano y Ecología en México. Asimismo, ha publicado varios artículos sobre el desarrollo sostenible y medio ambiente. Renan cursó sus estudios en la Universidad de California en Berkeley y en el Fletcher School for Law and Diplomacy de la Universidad de Tufts en Massachusetts. Bienvenido, Renan.
Bueno, pues es un honor estar aquí con ustedes. La verdad que me da muchísimo gusto ver a tantos amigos, colegas, y que finalmente tenemos una reunión presencial, que ya se me había olvidado lo que les estaba comentando, que ya no nos reconocemos, todos nos vemos un poquito más descansados después de la pandemia, ¿verdad? Y bueno, quiero también agradecer a la Red de Bancos de Alimentos por el apoyo para poder tener este evento. Y bueno, pues quiero mandarles también un saludo a los que nos están viendo desde sus casas y quizás los que están desde sus camas, los que están en Europa. Entonces, bueno, pues bienvenidos a todos, ¿no? Yo les voy a dar una presentación de dos temas en particular. Para quienes no conocen qué es el Pacto por la Comida y qué es lo que hemos logrado desde su nacimiento en marzo del año pasado. No sé si pueden proyectar la presentación. Ok. Yo no tengo para cambiarle yo, ¿verdad? Ok, perfecto, entonces arranquemos. De entrada, pues esta es la situación que nos reúne, ¿no? ¿Por qué nos debe importar la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos? Hoy en día se están produciendo suficientes alimentos para alimentar a la población que vamos a tener en el 2050, es decir, una población de 10,000 millones de habitantes. No obstante, como ya se mencionó, entre un 30 y 40% de todos los alimentos que se producen no llegan a la boca de las personas. Todo esto son cifras alarmantes. Lo que viene siendo el UNEP tiene unas cifras de 1.3 mil millones de toneladas, la FAO 1.6 mil millones de toneladas. Hay otra cifra que se está manejando de 931 millones de toneladas de pérdidas y desperdicio de alimentos, y estas cifras todo el tiempo están cambiando y particularmente ahora desde la invasión de Ucrania, ¿no? Todo esto tiene repercusiones además del cambio climático, es decir, que estas cifras van a estar cambiando todo el tiempo. Todo esto además está ocurriendo mientras 828 millones de personas se van a dormir con hambre. Y esto es sumamente grave. Estas son unas cifras recientes del World Food Program, que ha sido para este año. Nuevamente, esta cifra seguramente va a tener que cambiar porque son cifras que no están considerando todo lo que es el nuevo padecimiento de hambre a raíz de la invasión de Ucrania. La siguiente, por favor. Ahora, todos estos datos tienen una repercusión en términos ambientales y económicos. La que sigue, por favor. La siguiente lámina, no sé si la van a poder ver bien, pero bueno, es un iceberg, ¿no? Y arriba del iceberg es lo que nosotros percibimos, es decir, nosotros vamos a un restaurante, vamos a un hotel, en la casa, tiramos la comida y no sabemos exactamente luego qué es lo que pasa con esos alimentos. De igual modo, hay veces que vamos al supermercado y de repente vemos que los precios están disparados. Por ejemplo, aquí en México nos ha sucedido que los productores de limones en Michoacán deciden agruparse para no abastarse. Al supermercado vemos que o no hay limón o si lo hay, está con un precio disparado. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa? O sea, digamos, obviamente todos esos limones que no nos llegan, pues se acaban perdiendo, se acaban desechando en el campo con tremendas repercusiones. Y luego entonces está todo lo que es el costo, el impacto que no vemos, qué es lo que pasa con todos estos alimentos. Y todo esto lleva a deforestación, a erosión, a escasez hídrica, a contribución de gas de efecto invernadero, ¿no? Aquí ya se dijeron varias cifras con los ponentes que hablaron antes que yo, pero se los voy a volver a decir. ¿Por qué? Porque es el día de las pérdidas, de la concientización de pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos. Segundo, porque estamos en una universidad y al salir les vamos a hacer una prueba. Entonces, de entrada, ya sabemos que en términos de la tierra que se necesita para cultivar todos los alimentos que se acaban perdiendo y desperdiciando, es en el orden de 4.4 millones de kilómetros cuadrados, o bien el área del subcontinente de la India. Segundo, en términos de los gases de efecto invernadero, ya se habló que estamos contribuyendo entre el 8 y el 10%, es decir, si la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos fuera un país, estaríamos hablando del tercer generador después de China y de Estados Unidos. En términos del agua, bueno, ya es conocido que el sector agrícola requiere el 70% de todos los recursos hídricos del planeta. Y ahora, si de eso estamos necesitando agua para poder generar todo lo que son los alimentos que se acaban perdiendo y desperdiciando, estamos hablando de un orden de magnitud de 304 millones de albercas olímpicas, para que lo puedan más o menos visualizar. Bueno, y como esta hay cantidad de otras cifras alarmantes, pero bueno, eso es lo que nos está reuniendo hoy día. La que sigue, por favor. Y bueno, ¿qué pasa en México? Aquí tenemos el gusto de que está el doctor Genaro Aguilar, con quien arrancamos haciendo unos estudios en el 2015-2016 para cuantificar cuál es el volumen de la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos en México. Ese trabajo lo hicimos cuando estaba en el Banco Mundial y bueno, llegamos a una cantidad en su momento de 20.4 millones de toneladas al año. Posteriormente hicimos un análisis con RAP para tratar de determinar qué es lo que ocurre principalmente en la fase de desperdicios. Aquí quizás debo de aclarar, pérdida se entiende por lo que ocurre desde el campo hasta las centrales de abasto y desperdicio todo lo que es a partir de las centrales de abasto hasta los restaurantes, hoteles, servicios y hasta los hogares. Entonces en la fase de desperdicios le añadimos 10 millones más, así que estamos hablando del orden de más de 30 millones de toneladas de alimentos que se pierden desperdiciar al año. Y esto es básicamente alrededor del 37 a un 42%. Nuevamente estas cifras se tienen que estar actualizando, van cambiando año con año. Ahora, en México, las cifras que les voy a presentar son muy conservadoras y muy alarmantes. ¿Y por qué conservadoras? Porque en términos de las emisiones de gas de efecto invernadero que estamos hablando, fue un cálculo que se hizo de solamente 25 productos. Estos 25 productos generan 36 millones de toneladas de CO2 equivalente, o lo mismo que la flota vehicular de toda la zona metropolitana de la Ciudad de México, del estado de Jalisco y del estado de Nuevo León al año. En términos de los recursos hídricos que se necesitan para producir los alimentos que no se consumen, estamos hablando de lo que el país requiere por 2.5 años aproximadamente. Y también las tierras que se necesitan para cultivar estos alimentos, estamos hablando de que se están desaprovechando el 15% de las tierras cultivables en el país. Bueno, la que sigue. Yo no sé quiénes han estado en Roma, en el Vaticano, es la Plaza de San Pedro, y bueno, este es el tipo de cálculos que hicimos con los amigos de RAP cuando estamos bien aburridos. Y bueno, pues si han estado en la Plaza de San Pedro, es gigante, ahí caben varias canchas de fútbol, si no me equivoco son 23,000 metros cuadrados. Entonces ahora imagínense eso con comida compactada hasta arriba, hasta donde está la cúpula de la Capilla Sistina, y eso 20 veces. Eso es básicamente lo que estamos desperdiciando en México al año. Y además esta también es una cifra conservadora, porque este cálculo lo hicimos cuando habíamos estimado que lo que se pierde y desperdicia eran 20.4 millones de toneladas. La que sigue. Bueno, todo esto que les he comentado ha llevado a que, por un lado, las Naciones Unidas, o la Organización de Naciones Unidas, haya decretado el Objetivo de Desarrollo Sostenible 12.3, y el cual tiene la meta de que para 2030, es decir, en 8 años, se reduzca por un 50% las pérdidas y desperdicio de alimentos. Vamos por buen camino, todavía no, pero hay que ser optimistas, así que bueno que tenemos una meta para tratar de alcanzarlo. Por otro lado, con base a estos resultados, esta información se la presentamos al Gobierno de México y el gobierno de México le solicitó al Banco Mundial en su momento de hacer una estrategia nacional contra la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos. Como se venía un cambio de administración, lo acabamos llamando un marco conceptual para la estrategia nacional, pero lo importante de este documento, además de que identifica los hotspots, las causas, los actores clave y algunas acciones, es que da varias recomendaciones. Y entre una de las recomendaciones básicas es que México se debería desarrollar un acuerdo voluntario. Y es así como nace Pacto por la Comida, el primer acuerdo voluntario en América Latina enfocado en la reducción de la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos. Esto nace, obviamente, pues gracias al apoyo de RAP, de BAMEX, de RPM Sustainability Consulting y con los recursos, muy afortunadamente, de Roddenberry Foundation, P4G, de BlackRock y ahora recientemente del Posner Foundation, de quien vamos a estar escuchando en brevemente. Ahora, pues para quienes no conozcan qué es Pacto por la Comida, la siguiente, por favor, es básicamente un compromiso que se hace entre el sector público, privado, ONGs, academia y todos los que están interesados en tratar de tomar acciones para poder alcanzar una reducción de la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos. El objetivo que nosotros nos hemos establecido es de tratar de alcanzar entre todos los miembros que están básicamente las empresas productoras de alimento, de venta de alimentos, una reducción del 50% en un periodo de 10 años. Y un elemento clave para esto es todo lo que es la recuperación y donación de alimentos. Desde hace tiempo lo que hemos identificado que el trabajo que justamente hacen los bancos de alimentos es el win-win. Con eso básicamente no solamente se está alimentando a la población, pero es la manera más eficiente de evitar la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos. La que sigue, por favor. Además, Pacto por la Comida, aunque no lo crean, es una iniciativa que tiene también su lado atractivo. Es decir, esto viene siendo porque hay un incentivo económico para poder, que es medible, para poder, de las acciones que se van tomando se puede obtener un beneficio económico y ahorros. Es decir, se ha comprobado, y esto también se lo pueden luego preguntar a los compañeros de RAP, ellos hicieron un análisis en Europa, de que por cada dólar invertido en acciones que reducen la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, hay una tasa de retorno de 14 dólares. Por otro lado, también tenemos aquí en México, el Grupo Bimbo ha logrado, por ejemplo, de la donación de una de sus marcas de Barcel, en vez de que las estén desechando, las están donando, y con esto también están generando ahorros y se han calculado en el orden de $20,000 o $400,000. La que sigue. Ahora, ¿qué hemos logrado en Pacto por la Comida desde que arrancamos? La que sigue, por favor. Primero, pues hemos arrancado con todo lo que es el proceso de medición. ¿Y por qué medición? Porque lo que no se mide no se puede gestionar. Necesitamos tener información y necesitamos conocer dónde están los problemas para poder actuar. Así que por eso el tema de la medición es súper importante. Hemos arrancado con diferentes tablas metodológicas para poder obtener algunas cifras. Lo bueno es de que prácticamente todos los miembros de Pacto por la Comida o ya hacían algún tipo de medición, algunos más sofisticados que otros, pero a todos les interesa tener estos datos. Algunos, por ejemplo, no estaban cuantificando sus efluentes líquidos, cosa que también es importante, el líquido orgánico. Pero bueno, en promedio vimos que están desechando alrededor del 6.5% y de esto se está transformando, es decir, entran ya esquemas de economía circular en donde o se va para donación o se va para alimento para animales. Y bueno, básicamente lo bueno es de que estamos arrancando bien, es decir, los participantes tienen muy buenos datos, pero no obstante, si bien estamos hablando de porcentajes bajos, cuando estamos hablando de unas compañías enormes como Nestlé, como Bimbo, etcétera, un porcentaje de lo que se acaba desperdiciando es altísimo. Entonces, por eso queremos y estamos trabajando para poder alcanzar estas metas. Y lo bueno es de que todos los miembros tienen compromisos en la reducción, todos están comprometidos para tomar acciones en ese sentido. La que sigue, por favor. Tenemos también grupos de trabajo, 2 grupos de trabajo que venimos trabajando con todos los miembros de Pacto por la Comida, uno sobre donación y redistribución de alimentos, en los cuales pues básicamente se han logrado compromisos para incrementar las donaciones, en donde también se están haciendo auditorías a los bancos de alimentos para que puedan recibir más alimentos. El grupo de mediciones básicamente está ayudando a identificar dónde están los obstáculos para poder realizar estas mediciones. Adicionalmente tenemos webinars técnicos con los propios miembros y también con invitados externos. Tenemos campañas, por ejemplo, con CHEP se lanzó una campaña de kilos por la nutrición, en donde se recolectaron 9 toneladas que fueron canalizadas a los bancos de alimentos. Estamos ayudando en una alianza específica que se está haciendo entre Unilever y Kellogg's, lo cual estamos muy contentos de poder colaborar. Adicionalmente, bueno, yo sé cómo va el tiempo, pero creo que voy más o menos. Ya me apuro. Bueno, además, la que sigue, por favor. Además, ¿qué otras cosas Pacto ofrece a los participantes? Tenemos talleres, está bien chiquita la letra, y si están tan ciegos como yo, va a estar cañón verlo, pero bueno. Tenemos talleres, estamos dando capacitación, hay campañas de comunicación, el equipo de comunicación realmente está haciendo una labor fantástica en darle visibilidad a las empresas participantes. Ser miembro de Pacto por la Comida les da posicionamiento y reputación a las empresas participantes, y además estamos ayudando a que sus áreas de sostenibilidad y de responsabilidad social corporativa puedan hacer su trabajo y demostrar también logros, ¿no? También estamos desarrollando, como ya mencioné, proyectos pilotos, alianzas, y además hay un impacto positivo que está generando Pacto por la Comida. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos además apoyando en todo lo que es la distribución de alimentos a comunidades vulnerables, estamos contribuyendo a la reducción de gases de efecto invernadero, promoviendo acciones de economía circular. Y además, ser miembro de Pacto por la Comida nos conecta con todo lo que es la red de los diferentes acuerdos voluntarios que hay en el mundo, en donde están el Reino Unido, Australia, Sudáfrica, Indonesia, California, y pues sigue creciendo la familia. Entonces, en resumen, si vamos a la siguiente, estamos desarrollando unos pilares bien interesantes en términos de la estrategia de comunicación, de lo que es todo lo que es la articulación y vinculación entre los diferentes participantes, la capacitación y todo lo que es el desarrollo de las capacidades y la expertise técnico. Y bueno, ¿y hacia dónde vamos con el pacto? A futuro, la siguiente, por favor. Primero, no solo vamos a continuar con la ejecución y la implementación de todo lo que ya venimos haciendo, sino tenemos digamos, un camino por recorrer muy interesante. Primero, todo lo que hemos venido haciendo hasta ahora en términos de medición se ha enfocado en todo lo que es el sector de producción de alimentos y de retail, de venta. Ahora nos vamos a estar ampliando este proceso de medición a todo lo que es el sector de hospitalidad, a hoteles y restaurantes. También, gracias a la colaboración de RAP y de la Fundación Posner, vamos a estar desarrollando un proyecto que se va a enfocar en el cambio de comportamiento en los consumidores, es decir, en los hogares. Y también vamos a estar tratando de implementar acciones en el sector hotelero para que se empiecen a reducir en este ámbito en particular los desperdicios, ¿no? Por otra parte, estamos también por lanzar un estudio con el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo y también con apoyo de la Global Food Banking Network para poder estimar los desperdicios de alimentos que se están generando en el sector de tiendas de autoservicio. Y por último, vamos a continuar con una tarea que ya veníamos caminando, que es muy interesante, que es el desarrollo de instrumentos financieros para reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos. Y bueno, pues la que sigue, por favor. Aquí, pues más que nada quiero agradecer a todos, aquí están todos los miembros de Pacto por la Comida, los 20 miembros que tenemos, agradecerles a todos ustedes por...
I want to thank all of you because really by making this commitment to these actions, you're contributing to the fact that Mexico becomes a country without food waste and loss, and the same should happen to the rest of the world. So thank you. Before I finish today, I want to express my recognition, if we can move on to the next one, the new member of Pacto por la Comida, Grupo Herdes. We are so happy to have you. Round of applause. Welcome. And we are so happy to be able to count on you. You'll see everything we do is a lot of fun. And in order to finish up, first of all, I would like to recognize the team, Pacto por la Comida, Gabriela, Claudia, a round of applause, Mariana, communications team. And I want to thank you. Without all this hard work, we wouldn't be here today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Renan. I join you in congratulating Grupo Herdes and the entire group of Pacto por la Comida for the great work that they have done to achieve these results. Now we're going to have our first panel this afternoon. Advances in the reduction of food waste and loss. part of the signatories of Pacto por la Comida will be here. First of all, I'm going to introduce you to them. Jimena Hernandez, Global Chief of Sustainability for Bimbo. Jimena is a chemical engineer. She graduated from the Universidad Autónoma del Estado de México. She's had more than 10 years of experience in continuous improvement, management, and sustainability, always focused on value chain. Right now, she's at Grupo Bimbo, and she's responsible globally for coordinating the implementation of the sustainability strategy for the company, and to ensure that that they fulfill the goals and the goals for 2025, 2030, and 2050. Laura Bonilla, Director of Corporate Affairs of Unilever Mexico, Caribe, and Central America. She's been at Unilever for 40 years. She's had different jobs there, leadership positions within the company. Right now, she's in charge of the Corporate Affairs and Communication. She is also part of the National Executive Group of Unilever Mexico, Caribe, and Central America. As part of her experience with the industry, she's been president of some industrial chambers, like the National Chamber of Oils, Soaps, Fat, and Detergents, the Personal Care Chamber, Commission for Personal Responsibility, and vice president of the Commission for Environment of the International Chamber of Commerce. Recently, she was named president of the National Chamber for the food conservation industry. She's the first woman to be at the head of this industry. So we are going to give her a round of applause. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Juan Carlos Pardo, he is Director of Corporate Affairs and Value Chain Creation. Juan Carlos Pardo, he is a Doctor honoris causa of the American International School of Law. He has a master's in Business Administration from the Instituto Tecnológico Superior de Monterrey. He has over 20 years of experience in international corporations, both in Mexico and Canada. His experience includes responsibilities in the areas of mergers and acquisitions for different companies, foreign commerce, trade, and corporate affairs. Right now, he is Director of Corporate Affairs for Nestlé Mexico. He is responsible for business continuity through the right positioning and the reputation of the corporate brand with the different stakeholders, both external and sustainability of the company in Mexico. On top of his responsibilities in Nestlé, he is the legal advisor of the Global Pact at the UN. And he is also at the National Association of the Coffee Industry, the Dairy Industry National Chamber, the Association of the Chocolate Industry, Mexican Foundation for Health, FundSalud, CONAR, Consejo Consultivo del Agua, and ECOS. He is Vice President of Linkage to Latin America for COMCE, and he is representative in Mexico before the Alliance, the Pacific Alliance for Plastic and Sustainability. He was president of CANILEC for 3 years, from 14 to 17. Roberto Vázquez. Roberto Vázquez is Director of Corporate Affairs for Kellogg's Latin America. He is part of the regional team, leadership team for Latin America, and he has worked for Kellogg's company. He is member of the Kellogg's family, has been so since 2016. In his current job, he is in charge of the areas of communication, internal communication, philanthropy, sustainability, corporate communications, and government affairs for over 30 countries in the region. He has over 30 years of experience in the industry for global companies in different industries like construction, retail, consumer goods, food, and he has experience in the management of reputation, crisis management, and promoting the community agenda of those companies he works for. He is Mexican. He studied at the Universidad del Valle de Mexico, and he has a doctorate in public communication by the Universidad Complutense de Madrid. He has also graduated at the Instituto Empresa de Madrid, and also some 30 different courses and seminars, and everything that has to do with public affairs. Gisela Noble. She's Director General of the Walmart Foundation in Mexico. She started her professional career in 1987 at a company, architectural and engineering company, until she reached the responsibility of investment management for the company. Since 1996 to 2004, she started working in the nonprofit sector as director of Casa La Amistad for children with cancer, EIP. And she was able to expand its capacity. And from 2004 until today, she's in charge of Walmart Foundation in Mexico. It was started in 2003. The social impact programs has led this company to become one of the main foundations in Mexico. She was part of, and she was a leader in strategic design and implementation of the program Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in order to ensure an environment of financial control and the fight against corruption in the process of donations for the company. And the foundation is still working, and this is something that was exported to the Walmart world. She works with small agricultural producers, and that led Walmart to get the UN Prize for Business and Development. First place in the ranking of inclusive business. She had a logistics reward for logistics in 2017 that was awarded by the Secretaría de Comunicaciones y Transporte. And she's been part of studies and publications related to research, development, and impact on the, on fighting poverty. This is a program that has made Walmart a strategic program at the world level, and it has inspired the creation of development models for small businesses and for social organizations because of its incredible efforts. She has been a founding member of the Council of Walmart Mexico from 2009 to 2014, and she was part of the Women 360 from Walmart. She is a counselor at the Mexican Council for Philanthropy, Casa de la Amistad for children with cancer, and she's also been vice president of the committee of IPC.
This panel will be moderated by Renan Poveda. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome. Gisela, it's a pleasure. Juan, Laura, Roberto, and Jimena. Welcome to this panel where we will be discussing advancing the reduction of food loss and waste. I will be asking you a couple of questions. Since the agenda is pretty full, I'm going to ask you to respond the first question in about 5 minutes, same with the second question. So, and let's go in order of appearance. Here, let's start with Gisela. This is the same question for everybody. What have been the main challenges for your company to reach a reduction, to achieve a reduction of food waste and loss? Thank you. Thanks to Pacto por la Comida. Thank you, Mariana, for your invitation. The first thing I would like to share with you is that the first challenge is to understand better what the role of the company is. We know what Walmart is, we know what stores are, what retailers are, but stores don't only represent the place where the product is, but it also represents the potential we have to supply. So to better understand what the scope of the program is to participate better in this, that was a long path. I remember it's been for many years. First, it was getting an understanding of how much we were wasting, what was it all about, what the data was, until we got to the point where we could see which sectors of the company we could improve. So designing a strategy was one of the most relevant issues. The way this was born, it was more from a philanthropic point of view. How much do we waste? What do we waste? Who's going to get it? And from there, understanding what the role is of our company, which is a role that we develop as a facilitator. How could we be a facilitator or an entity that could build a bridge between food and those who need it? Reducing food waste, it might seem to be the objective, but it's not really it. The objective is how can we better use it, better take advantage of food. So the strategy didn't just take a mental process that relates to data analysis, to understanding the role, to understanding how much are we talking about, but also to be able to share internally what will be Walmart's new philosophy. What do we want to achieve with it? How can we involve each one of our areas? I think I can say today that this huge program that covers not only our suppliers but also us internally has a path to follow now. And it comes not only from philanthropy but also from a business strategy. So it's alive within our operation itself. I think that's one of the biggest challenges, because from there, on that basis, we have a clear idea of what do we need to finance, what do we need to create, what better systems do we need, what controls, what do we need to do within the company. And that's based on understanding this way of tackling the issue and becoming more efficient. Thank you very much. Thank you, Renan. First of all, let me tell you that the first part of your presentation depressed me. Too many problems. Well, then we started talking a little bit about solutions, so I started getting more excited, more inspired. But the truth is that it's very sad, and we're looking at one issue here, the food loss and waste. We are very concerned about loss because at the end of the day, waste could stem for us from bad planning, and that relates to the challenges. We don't have a traceability of what we have to do with our supply chain, when there's bad planning or bad communication between the ones who sell and tell us what we have to sell and the producers who tell us what they're going to produce, and then what's produced is not sold. And that's a win for food banks because it's not wasted. But at the end of the day, we as a company, we should try to have less waste or a less reduction of our production or waste of our production. Obviously, creating awareness in our peers and our consumers of what food loss and waste means. That's one of the big issues. And I say this because we, like every other company here, we reach many people, whether they're clients, consumers, or members of the value chain. And that's where I think we have the big capacity to create awareness. I don't like to say education because it's all, we relate that to schools and, but it's a change of paradigms, a change of behavior, social behavior. That's what we need to look into. In some places, having abundance or surplus is seen as something positive, but when that translates in waste, that's bad. So when our products end up being wasted, that's bad. And that's the most difficult part, because we need to recover, recover, and recovering food when it's half consumed or when we have issues of food safety, that's difficult. So we buy from over 100,000 agricultural producers from Mexican fields every year. So our power to make them understand that if they could have fewer losses because the product is damaged or whatever, and that results in more income for them, more money in their pockets, I think that would be a starting point. Thank you very much. We'll continue with Laura. Thank you, Renan. Good evening. Thanks to BAMEX for this invitation. I have the privilege of representing Unilever, one of the main food companies. We're always fighting for the first place between my colleague and I, but it's a privilege to be here also sharing this table with friends and partners. For Unilever, this has been a long road. We have been focusing on nutrition for 2 decades, on how to reach every Mexican home, how to be present through partners. We started with a campaign, Nutrition for All, 2 decades ago. In 2005, we realized that it was not enough if we did it alone. We needed to have strategic partners because we couldn't do it alone. And that's how we started our marriage, our great alliance with the food bank, because this allowed us to have a larger reach, to really reach the people who most needed it and let them have access to our food. But that was not the main challenge. We already had a good partner, we had good reach, but it was how to identify food waste. And we went to the source. The source was not the homes or marketing. The source was from the very beginning. We were able to map the whole value chain and how could we identify what we could do, each one in our role, to make production more efficient. At our plant, we had to evolve with new technology to challenge ourselves to improve production, because there was a significant percentage that Renan mentioned in his presentation, a significant percentage of what we produce that didn't reach any homes. It was thrown out for many reasons. So our great progress was to identify the technological modifications that we could make. Then we went to retail, to marketing with allies like Walmart. How could we make the handling of product more efficient so that they can reach in good shape? In the end, 70% of food waste occurs in homes. So the challenge was reaching that sector. Because again, we cannot just be content with our role and say, well, I've done my thing and that's it. We need to work along the chain. And that's where we find the true challenge, Renan. We have the scale to be able to reach with our brands, with our partners, but we need to create awareness. We need to start from our home. And, I'm a homemaker, and I started to realize that we didn't have an idea of what to do with food leftovers, and that's the challenge. And later I can tell you how we have been able to reduce food waste along the whole value chain. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Roberto from Kellogg's. Thank you. Renan, great to see you. Hello. Greetings to my panel companions. Good afternoon to all of you here present, to all of you who are following us online. I believe that we are this afternoon talking about a lot of numbers, situations, raising our awareness of that. It's not easy to assimilate. If we look at how many people live in this world, how many people will be living in the world of the future, this will not stop. We are at 7.5 billion people now, 10 billion people, that's the number that Renan mentioned. And there's a big difference. This will happen between now and 2050, so it's just around the corner. If we compare that reality with the capacity that the world has to produce food, that capacity is strong, but based on what we know, we will not have the same availability of food in 2050 as we do today. So there are two variables that don't mix. We will have many more people in this world with less food available. This is serious because if we try to see where food poverty exists, where hunger exists, we can clearly see countries in our Latin American region, which is evident. We see Haiti, we see specific zones in Guatemala, and we don't need to go too far around where we are. Each one of us has this around and exists whether we see it or not. It has become a daily reality that we have assimilated now. We have assumed, and we don't stop to think about it. Now, for a company that mainly processes grains, That's the case of Kellogg's, the company that I work with. We believe that we have a big responsibility. Of course, that responsibility lies in our huge kitchens, the places where we make the food that you know, based on grains that we obtain from the earth. And we have identified those opportunities so that food is not wasted. There is a lot of work behind that. Today, fortunately, we have significantly lower levels of waste. However, even though every time the amounts get lower, it's harder to make significant improvements. But we keep working on it. The challenge is there. But it's more within our organization, because every organization has, people in it. If people are not aware of the issue, we may look for reduction, for efficiency, for synergies, but everything stems from people individually committed to it. The word waste may have many definitions, but let me share my idea in case it's useful. Waste is not just, it's not fair. When somebody made something and made an effort to create it, and that's wasted, that creates the disconnection between the initial intent and what finally occurs. To make it clear and maybe put it more in our hearts, make it something more tangible. We should not waste even love. We know we're talking about food today, but we should be talking about water. We should be talking about many other things that are decreasing now because our civilization has not achieved those levels of individual and collective responsibility so that we create viability for the future. On many aspects, many areas, we're working to harm our environment. So again, this is not a unique task. Clearly, food companies play a very important role in avoiding food waste. In the case of Kellogg's, we want to go beyond what's directly in our hands. And I think I want to highlight the work we're doing, especially in Mexico, but also in other countries, where we're working together with agriculture producers, providing them with technical assistance, scientific assistance to the land, the arable land, making sure that we respect their identity, but we want to go from producing 2 to 3 tons of yellow maize, yellow corn per hectare to 14, to having not only just one planting cycle a year, but 3. We're working on reducing significantly the volumes of water that are used for crops. At this time, we have an efficiency record. We have achieved an efficiency record with more than 10% of reduction in the use of water. We're minimizing the use of chemicals on the fields by using natural techniques that maintain crops safe from anything that might affect their productivity. And all of this together with something that's magical, which is that when we work on things so that they work well, sometimes, not always, they produce results. And this is creating a very favorable economic environment for agricultural producers, mainly in the center and northern part of the region. The sale of their crops is already assured at a competitive price, and this is resulting in a virtuous cycle between the producers in the country and our company. And this will reach our dearest consumers all over the country. Together with our clients, hand in hand with our clients, big commercial companies, this is a challenge that is also a great opportunity by adding many companies, many organizations that are part of our business network, our partners, because we need to grow this. Individual actions are welcome, but will not necessarily make a difference at the scale that is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The work that you're doing is super interesting beyond the companies. You're following the entire value chain, which is super important and a great area of opportunity. Now, Jimena Hernandez. Thank you. Thank you so much. I agree with all my colleagues here. They have touched upon very important issues, and I believe the key and the most important challenge is the person who has food in their hand. They need to value what's behind it. We've heard devastating numbers about what is wasted around the world, but that is just the top of the iceberg. There's a lot behind it that you have to value, and you have to value it from the beginning. And for you to have an impact, you need to reduce waste from the beginning. You have to really use every gram, every gram of food. And we all have to have that very clear so that we are aware of what that impact is. I believe the main thing, the key, is to know what the causes are and what the opportunities are, and where is it that the waste occurs, which point. And that should help us start, the timely action so that we can stop this from happening. And for this, we need tools, we need technology that provides the right information at the right time. And also, we need to have this information in a way that's easy to digest and that people that are in charge can use. People at the manufacturing plant, the people at the fields, or consumers. And we need to make them become more aware so that we can reduce food waste from its origin, and we can rescue food anytime we can. And I think it's very fundamental to create these partnerships, and our colleagues have been talking about it. Partnerships between experts, all the different sectors, so that these programs that are implemented can be effective, have bigger impact, can be replicated everywhere, and also we can generate skills, abilities, so that we can rescue food, whatever it needs to happen. So I think it's very important to have these partnerships and to have the information at hand so we can generate the right actions at the right time, as I said. Well, thank you so much. That's great. And I'm going to give you the second question, and it's interesting. First of all, beyond the fact that you are members of Pacto por la Comunidad, which is important in itself, what actions has your company taken in order to do something about these challenges? If you can give concrete examples, that would be great. And what are the future commitments that your companies, your businesses will undertake so that you can reduce food waste and loss? Grisela. Perfect. Well, that is a very broad question, but I'm going to try and be specific. I think, as we mentioned here today, for us, the program, where it started, and this has to do with being able to identify what are the different links of this chain where the waste happens. And we mentioned a few of them, and one of the very relevant issues is agriculture. And of course, here, our partners, all of us are working on agricultural issues. That needs to be inclusive. Then also regenerative agriculture has to do with the use of water, fertilizers, and this is very important. And the work that we're doing there is very similar, I think, for all these companies. We're doing things together, and that's very, very important. But that's where waste starts. With the food bank network, we started last year a project, I think it was last year, to be able to identify ways that we can reduce food waste in agriculture and to use these products better. This cannot be done by subsidizing production. There has to be a way for everything to be connected in the field. And that is one of the main areas of concern. Then talking a little bit more about our operations, our own operations. As I said a minute ago, we need to identify where the waste happens. That sounds simple enough, but as our colleagues mentioned, it is not. It's not simple at all. So partly you buy something and you do not sell, the entire amount of product that you purchase. That makes sense. But there are many other times in the life of the product, from the time it arrives in the distribution center until it leaves, where waste can occur. So we need to find those sources. We need to have the data. And that is one of the things that we're working on. The program, is 20 years old. And I can tell you that nowadays we do have a dashboard that not only allows us to see how much we're wasting, it also allows us to really share these goals across all the different operations. Nowadays, the manager at a retail store, he knows how much they're wasting. What's the goal? Are they above the goal, below the goal? And so we need to be able to download this information. We need to be able to have every manager, every regional director, they need to have accountability on their results. Also, vice presidents, as you know, we have different ways of doing business. Sam's operates one way; they have different systems. But then self-service has different systems too. We have Walmart, but Walmart has also different formats. Bodega has, Herrera has different ways of functioning too. It's a separate world. And the idea that they can have their own data and they can see in real time how things are behaving, what's happening, if they're moving towards improving things or if they are reducing food waste. That is really important. And the data itself obviously goes hand in hand with systems. How do we achieve systems that not only allow us to control this information, also that they allow us to have a donation, give this donation to the organizations that need it, or to have the right destiny for these products. And the system should be able to help us control how we do this, who we're going to donate to, why are we donating, does this organization fulfill all the anti-corruption parameters, and if they have the systems that allow them to accept and distribute these food products. All this is information and programs that were born in Mexico, but they were exported globally. And we have visibility nowadays, not only in Mexico, but worldwide, and we know what's happening with the product. And that is one of the things that we've been able to achieve, and it works really well. The third thing that I think is really worth mentioning, and it's very important, this model, fruits and vegetables, and the development of producers. One of the things that we think is very relevant is how can we make producers get to complementary sales. So perhaps you have an apple, and this is real. The apples that are a certain size, we buy them. Maybe a different size apple, Nestle will buy those. And we can do that for every product. Sometimes it's really, really interesting to see how the producer doesn't understand this, doesn't understand how to reach the different sectors and what quality of products they need to move. So if we can give them very specific information, also reduces waste, because it's not trial and error. We give them certain information that it will increase their productivity. And the third thing that's very important is how to really achieve training. To achieve training, as they say, is not only I train you to see how you're doing things. One of the things that are the most relevant is to develop this awareness, because even if they have these processes and they know how they should be doing things and they know they shouldn't be wasting, but it's such a fast operation that sometimes you need to go beyond, not just understanding what's going on. You have to share the dream that will allow you to share the food. And the last thing is you have to know that each one of these donation processes is audited worldwide. So to be able to not have any incidents, for instance, it was delivered to somebody that was not the right person, this is something that helps us, but at the end of the day, it makes the whole process a lot more complex. And the last thing that we added to this is we have a new concept. We have this concept of donations, as if that was the only destination for this product. Now, we've really overcome this, and we are thinking beyond that. How am I going to leverage this product? And we're talking about leveraging and using and rescue. There are many other possibilities for wasted food. So nowadays, the program is migrating to a new way of thinking, a new way of looking at everything. We're talking about food now. So there are many, many other things. There's soap. There are thousands of things that live, through the same operation, and now they have a destination. So we need to talk about this concept, this rescue or recovery. And we need to look at the entire process, and that way we can have a much more solid program. And the last thing that I wanted to mention, we, through our board of directors, they have looked at what the involvement is to see what the gaps are between what we really want to do and what the real possibilities are. And sometimes this requires an investment. And when we're talking investment, we're not talking about just investing in our own studies, like vegetables and fruits, like I said before, but also research on the different processes and the capabilities of our third-party allies. We need to invest in producers so that we can have regenerative agriculture, and also the reducing waste, food waste and loss. And we also have to invest in infrastructure for food banks, for instance. And that is something that is not done the way it used to be. Sometimes we would just give a donation, and that was the end of the story. Nowadays, we have to say, well, if we're going to invest these millions of pesos in infrastructure, what are the results we're waiting? How much more are they going to be able to get? We need refrigerated products. So what do we need for that? So we need to redefine what the goals are. And this is very clear to us, not just in Mexico, but worldwide. Thank you, Gisela. So we're going to move on, Juan. Now I'm going to really let you know if you go beyond your 5 minutes, okay?
Well, in general terms, at the global level, we are part of the 12.3 coalition. It's one of the SDGs, and we want to provide transparency and commitment on the path we're following. Same thing with Pacto por la Comida, which is reducing by 50% food loss and waste for 2030. After 2018, we were called by the Inter-American Development Bank. We were part of the No Waste Initiative. In that initiative, which has contains 4 main points, yes, you can see there's a promotion for policies of prevention of food loss and waste in Latin America, and also to analyze, to see samples of what's working in different countries. There's also a part about promoting changing behaviors, changing habits. But the other part is, and we've done this for the last 4 years, innovative projects to see what's working in different countries, precisely to give products a longer life. In Mexico, obviously, we're part of Pacto por la Comida, and going a little more towards how we do this through brands. Obviously, who feeds are the brands. It's the food, obviously, but the brands wonder, well, how do I get into an issue that as complicated as food loss and waste? Well, we have an example that we did with Carnation milk. That was part of the campaign. This table we all eat. That was the title. And what Carnation is saying, what can we do when we have waste? When we peel vegetables, for example, those little things, the leftovers, how do we use them before throwing them in the trash? Something really innovative. How can we reach the consumer with something, with an idea that we put in their minds, but at the same time, you're getting the help from somebody who's used to listening to you. If a company like Nestle talks to them, they're not used to that. But a product, Carnation, yes, they will listen. In Mexico, we have 18 factories that send zero refuse, zero waste to landfills. So the food that's not reprocessed is sent for animal feed, but at the end of the day, there's nothing coming out of there, but we still want to see how do we reduce that, because also that implies a cost. Now, going forward, we're going to apply the RAP methodology inside our factories, because we believe that those measurements are important. Beyond knowing where it goes to, we help food banks. We've been doing that for 16 years. But I think there's still an efficiency component that we need to look into. So how do we see the future? Well, 3D footprinting. That exists. That's not science fiction. You can 3D print chocolate today. Imagine when, in the future we might have a 3D printer connected to the fridge, and Instead of ink, we're using carbohydrates, protein. So the waste from vegetables, for example, that can be raw materials for that. So we will look into technology to reduce even more food loss and waste. Thank you very much, Juan. We move on to Laura. Well, as a part of our strategy, Food for the Future, we're reducing food waste and loss. How are we doing it? Well, I'm very happy to see that most of us agree. Since 2014, we have not been sending anything to landfills from our operations. Some organic residue is used for the cattle industry, like Juan Carlos was saying. That ensures that we are making our operations as efficient as possible within our reach. Also, we have a division of industrialized or industrial foods who, through different menus, different guides and practices, they train hotel, restaurant kitchens so they can efficiently use and handle food to avoid waste, because that's one of the big issues. You know, big hotels, big restaurants, if you've been to one of them, you can see the amount of food that they put in a buffet, and unfortunately what's left is thrown out. So that's where we are involving these restaurants and hotels so that we together can adequately distribute food so that they're still safe. Now, 70% of waste occurs in homes, so we're also preparing food guides, and through our campaign, Let's Rescue the Flavor of Our Surplus, our leftovers. So we're producing guides with tips for doing things with our leftovers. So, and I would expect each one of us to do their part, and each one of you needs to be a spokesperson on how to reduce food loss and waste. Because if we don't do that, you know, what Renan presented in the beginning, that's a total disaster. Pacto por la Comida is helping us to promote all of that, and we're very happy to be a part of this great program because we're identifying what we all individually know. We have the diagnosis, but when we all get together, we can identify an issue and provide solutions. We can contribute so that everybody can have and implement the guides that will be developed from here. And I think this is the responsibility of each one of us. And as signatories of this pact, we believe that throwing out food is a tragedy. It's so valuable that we need to do everything that's in our power to rescue it. And I think it's very important that, you know, within our work, I think we are, with our work, we are impacting at least 4 of the SDGs. Zero hunger, partnerships to achieve these objectives, sustainable communities, and responsible production and consumption. So I think all of us here, we can be an important part of this change because the future is here already, future has reached us. And if we don't do something, I don't want to think about what's going to happen in 2050. Thank you. Thank you very much, Laura. Thank you. Great words. Roberto, please go ahead. Thank you, Renan. Again, I want to thank my colleagues and congratulate them for what they've said here. But I would like to invite you to keep in mind that according to the UN and the SDGs for 2030, there should be zero hunger in the world, right? I think I'm not mistaken. That's what they say. And I'm asking you, do you think we will achieve that? Thank you. I heard a few voices. I asked the question a little bit in order to make a record of this. We need, this is a utopia, this utopic, but we need to make it a reality. And there are so many things that work against us fulfilling this objective. The issue of hunger by itself in this world is humongous. Just in our region, Latin America, gross numbers, we are about 650 million people, and people who live with hunger or food insecurity, it's half of that number. That's terrible. It's inadmissible. It's an insult to modern society. And what's worse is this means lack of opportunities for many people who have as much the same rights as you and I. That should not be allowed. It should not be tolerated under any circumstance. The issue of hunger is enormous, but it's not the only problem that we have. If we focus on it as an isolated issue, of course, we will be able to move forward, but we have so many things to resolve that I would like to invite you to reflect on how important it is to think about fighting hunger at the same time that we take care of the impact of all of our actions on the environment and obviously the depletion of our natural resources, because those are all issues that are interconnected. If we don't take care of our planet, there's no life. Forget about not having food. There won't be any life. We will go to Mars. And again, within that context, the difficult context, I would like to share with you, and answering Renan's question, talk about 3 things that we are doing within our company. I share them just to give you an idea of what we're working on. On the issue of hunger, every year, and this clearly is not the solution to the problem, but we try to be part of the solution. We're donating over 17 million meals, most of it through the food banks in Mexico, for the neediest communities in Mexico. This cannot go just anywhere. It has to go to where it's most needed, because situations is dire. That's the way we're working. We also implementing more initiatives that go beyond that reach, not just because of an issue of scale, but we have to have an effect of the social interventions. We are constantly measuring, for example, now the weight and height of the children's population in the most vulnerable populations. We are offering medical assistance and nutrition assistance to improve nutrition in those areas of the population. And the beautiful part of the project is that we're seeing an improvement in children's health. That's a seed we're planting, and we hope it will result in bigger dividends, and that it will build a better society in the future. And also, our society, like many in the world, has enormous divisions and fractures. At least in our field, we want to move forward with equity, with the talent in our organization. This includes positions in upper management. We're about to achieve 50-50 in gender parity as far as positions in higher management in our company. I won't tell you more, but let me tell you that it's been an incredible adventure in terms of how we're inspiring the organization, the example we're providing for people, and how we realize that this is conveying, it's not just an example, it's conveying a way of being for many families that we impact directly, and we hope this will transfer to many other places in the future. And finally, you can imagine that as a food company with a high penetration in homes, we use a huge number of packages so that our food reaches the consumer. We have a short-term goal. This is in the next 48 months. We want to make sure that 100% of our packaging is compostable, recyclable, and reusable. And we believe that is a great step to promote the protection of the environment and doing it correctly, because we understand that in this way we're taking care of our products, our consumers, our company, and our world. A couple of brief comments before I finish. How can we face these huge issues? Well, everything starts from the basics. The universe is huge, but it's made of very small particles. Whatever number, whatever name we want to give it, the atom is already a huge thing. There are much smaller things in the universe. But the same thing happens here. Individual actions. From individual actions, all great changes stem. This means that we can influence our own action, not just wait for others to do things. We can be the example. And that can start with simple actions like, for example, when we eat, making sure that we don't waste. If we don't start from there, going bigger will be more difficult because there won't be any consistency. So the best way for me to provide a solution is to go from individual responsibility and bring that up to scale. 1 minute. Well, I'm going to offer a commercial. You're going to like it, Renan. I really don't like to advertise, but I'm morally obligated. I would like to tell you that I have the opportunity of collaborating in a work group that's related with the SDGs of the UN in Mexico. The name of this group is Food Self-Sufficiency and Food Production. We deal with many of these issues. There's a huge number of specialists on this topic, and we have periodic discussions. Well, we're discussing, we're talking, we're planning on what to do so that we can firmly provide a sustainable, replicable, high-impact solution to reach zero hunger in Mexico. So if you have the desire, if you have the wish, the desire, the will to participate, we are at your disposal. Because this is not done with just individual work. Individual work is the first step, but collective work will give the best results. Thank you very much. Thank you, Roberto. Now, Jimena, finally. Thank you for the applause. Anyway, I'm very excited. Thank you. I thank you, and I congratulate you for many of the actions you're undertaking. We agree on many things. We work on the same projects. In the Bimbo Group, we have been working on sustainability for a long time, but our strategy today, what we've been working on is integrating it and doing all the projects in a holistic way. Now, with the focus on reducing food waste, our strategy is to feed a better world. We want to make sure, for example, we have the strategy for you, that we can ensure not only food availability, but offering natural, simple recipes that provide adequate nutrition for everybody, and also transparency. We make sure that you have all the information you need, which is a challenge. But in the Bimbo Group, we have been working on a big digital transformation. We know there is a lot of work to do, and transparency towards our consumers to tell them how they can better use the products they're consuming. On the social side, our strategy is called For Life. We're working on strengthening communities. How do we provide tools for our small producers so that they can increase their results per hectare, use the lowest amount of water and chemicals that they need for their crops? So we're empowering our communities and strengthening all of our value chain so that food is not wasted and is used. And obviously with our people, making them aware that their job has an impact, and we need to make sure that we can bring food to every table. And finally, we're also working on regenerative agriculture. Relates also with offering more nutritious diets and strengthening communities. And also we want to reach zero carbon emissions by 2050. And a very important part is zero waste. Zero waste in our packaging, as was said before, packaging by being recyclable with optimal materials, but also making sure that the product will be able to reach tables and thus reduce food waste. Also, water. We need to make sure that we really circulate this resource. And of course, food waste. We focus first on working on reduction from the source, and we have some great things. For example, we have a pilot with the Very Well brand. We're asking our producers to pick the products that does not comply with aesthetic requirements. If you buy those brands, they are made with that type of fruits and vegetables. How can we reduce from the design with the product per se? How can we take advantage of it, use it, or rescue it? We have a great initiative which is called War on Waste, where we look into better production planning, looking with our partners about on ideas to make things more efficient, and making sure that our products reduce waste. Also, in the area of sales, we need to make sure that we are producing what's necessary, not more, not less. So there is reduction from the source, but we're also working on partnerships to rescue waste. If we were not able to reduce it from the generation of waste, make sure that we can use it in secondary markets. I'm sure that all of you know what Expendio Bimbo is. These secondary markets, selling to employees, or with Bamex, we donate or we work in recovery. And rescue, El Rescate is a fabulous program also that we have been implementing. So I think we need to look for a holistic solution to confront the problem of food waste. And as was said before, everything starts from the home. How do we create awareness on our children? How do we minimize food waste? So I conclude. Thank you very much, and congratulations, everybody. Everybody, you've said spectacular things. Great. Thank you very much, Laura, Roberto, Jimena, and all of the panel. Incredible vision that you have on how to face the challenges and the inspiring words for the future. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so very much to our panelists for today. The panel was very interesting. Thank you very much to everybody that's still connected and remains here at the event in person. So to continue with our agenda, I'm going to introduce Richard Flannel, who will Richard Swannell, I'm sorry. He will talk to us from the UK. He will talk to us about what the results are and how they're doing these voluntary agreements in other parts of the world. Welcome, Richard. He is the international director for RAP. There are partners from the UK, Pacto de la Comida, Pacto por la Comida. We can't hear Richard. We can't hear the sound from the UK. So I'll tell you a little bit more about Richard. He has background in belonging to teams to combat plastic pollution, and he is introducing sustainable practices into companies. He is in charge of the international practice of RAP. He works with partners in 40 countries to generate systemic changes as part of the food system. RAP is a non-profit organization based in the UK that is trying to tackle climate change and reduce food waste and loss. Richard, do you hear?
Can you hear me, Richard? Can you hear me, Richard? Es que ella quiere comenzar. Pero le mando sus slides para que continúe. Can you hear me, Richard? Richard, can you hear me?
social and public health benefits of reducing food waste make it an issue that every stakeholder group can get behind, and importantly, take action on. And that's really important because it's going to take every stakeholder to solve the problem. So we're really lucky to have REFED's role as the go-to think tank to give us these solutions that we really need to solve this problem, and a lot of their work has been done in the US. And so one of the great opportunities we have today is to take all the lessons learned from outside Mexico and within it and really apply it here.
Y realmente aplicarlo aquí.
So one of the areas that we
Una de
really
las
focus
áreas en
on
la que
at
realmente nos
the Posner
concentramos
Foundation
en la
is
Fundación
reshaping consumer
Posner es
environments.
el darle
And
nueva
what we want
forma
to do
al
is give
entorno de los
consumers the
consumidores. Lo que
tools
queremos
they
hacer es
need
darle
to
las
actually
herramientas a los
create
consumidores que
change.
realmente
So we
necesitan
focused our
para
recent
crear el
request
cambio. Así
proposals
que
just on that
nos
idea, that
enfocamos
we need
en
new,
los pedidos
creative,
recientes que
useful,
hemos
and
tenido
timely
para ver que
solutions
realmente tenemos
to
que crear
help consumers
soluciones
navigate this
útiles
issue.
y
Everywhere from grocery
puntuales para
store
los
aisles to
problemas. Tenemos
homes
que ir
to
de los
school
pasillos de
cafeterias to
los
corporate kitchens,
supermercados
food
a las
banks, and 100
cafeterías, a
places
los
in
bancos de
between.
alimentos y 100
And we want to
lugares entre uno
empower
y el
people
otro.
to stop
Y
food
tenemos que
waste
empoderar
before
a
it
la gente para que
happens.
detengan el
After
desperdicio
all,
de
the
los
way we
alimentos antes de
ultimately
que
solve this
suceda.
problem is
La
by
manera en
changing
que vamos a
behaviors.
solucionar el problema es
So we were
cambiando las
thrilled to
conductas.
read
Así que
Banax and
estamos
Rap's joint
encantados
submission about Pacto por la
de
Comida,
trabajar entonces con
particularly
Pacto
when
por la
reading about
Comida,
the
en particular
coalition
cuando
of
estamos
private sector,
hablando de
public,
la
and
coalición de entidades del sector
non-profit
público,
partners that
privado
Pacto
y
benefits from.
privado sin fines de lucro.
So you might ask, why is a family
Uno se
foundation
pregunta
in
por qué
Pittsburgh
tenemos una
working in
fundación
Mexico and
familiar en
investing so
Pittsburgh
deeply here?
trabajando en México
To
e
start, we
invirtiendo en
believe that
esto.
our
Para
American
comenzar,
food
nosotros
system
pensamos que
can't be
nuestro
thought of
sistema en los
without
Estados
Mexico.
Unidos no
And as a
podría
foundation, one of our
existir
core
sin
values
México. Y
is to
como
invest where
fundación, uno de
others may
nuestros
not.
valores fundamentales es invertir donde otros
Candidly,
no
we
pueden
think that there is
invertir.
a huge
Nosotros
opportunity
pensamos
in
que hay una
Mexico that
oportunidad
others may
enorme
not
en
yet be
México
able to
que a lo
see.
mejor todavía otros no han
With an
visto.
impressive national strategy
Tenemos
with
una
signatories in
estrategia
place, messaging
impresionante
ready to go,
nacional
and
y el
partners
mensaje que
eager to
está listo para
participate,
salir
this was
y
a no-brainer
compañeros que
for
están
us.
listos para participar. Esto
This
realmente fue
project
una decisión
deepens our
fácil de tomar.
foundation's relationship to
Esto
Mexico,
aumenta
which
la
began with our
relación de la
support of the
Fundación
No
con México.
Borders, No Limits
Comenzó
produce
con
program,
el
housed at the
apoyo que le dimos al
Arizona Food
programa
Bank
de
Network.
Sin
That
Fronteras.
program works to source produce
Ese es
on
un
Mexican
programa
farms
que
that
busca
otherwise would have gone to
productos de
waste
granjas
and
o
divert it into
campos
our
en México
Mexican
que no
and
trabajar con el
about.
sector privado.
And it's
Hemos
also a
escuchado
strategy
hablar de
that our
esto
partners
muchísimo.
at
Es
the
una
World
estrategia que
Wildlife Fund have
nuestros
championed in the hospitality and
colegas
food
en
service
el
industry.
Wildlife Foundation y otros
Those
están trabajando
initiatives
para
highlight that
solucionar.
regardless of geography,
Más
we
allá
need
de
to
la
create the
geografía,
right
tenemos que
incentives
crear
and
los
generate
incentivos
momentum
correctos y
for
tenemos que
industry to get
generar
in
la
the ring on
energía
this
para
issue
que
and be
la
part of the
industria comience a
consumer's
trabajar en
journey.
esto y sea parte
Right now, we're in a
de la
critical
solución con los
moment for food
consumidores.
waste.
Estamos en este momento en un
In some
momento
ways, we
crucial
lost ground during
para
the
el desperdicio de
pandemic as
alimentos.
supply
Hemos
chains and
perdido algo
everyday
de
life were
terreno debido
disrupted.
a la
In
pandemia.
other ways, we
De
found new
otras
solutions
maneras
and proved
encontramos
that we could
algunas
be
soluciones
fast in
durante la
implementing
pandemia
them.
y nos dimos cuenta que
With
podíamos ser muy
increased
rápidos en la
visibility into our food
implementación.
chain, we saw
El aumentar
consumer
la
interest and
visibilidad
awareness
en la
grow.
cadena de
So
alimentos
our
también
role as a
aumentó el
funder
interés
in
de
this
los
space is
consumidores.
to
Así
support
que
our
nuestro
partners
papel
as they
es
champion
apoyar a
this work.
nuestros socios
By
para
putting
que
money in
ellos puedan ser
early,
campeones
we
en
hope to
esto.
jumpstart
Ponemos el dinero de entrada,
collaborations,
podemos
convene the
de
right
esta manera
partners, and
arrancar
prove
las
that this model can
colaboraciones
work.
y para probar
The
también que el
opportunity
modelo puede
here is one
funcionar.
of
La oportunidad
scale. We
es
want
una
to build
oportunidad
on
a
success
escala.
and leverage
Queremos
that in Mexico.
amplificar el éxito y aprovechar lo que
Momentum
ya se está
is growing
haciendo
to
en
take
México.
action on food
Cada
waste,
vez
and with the
tenemos
clock
más
ticking towards
ímpetus para tomar
2030, more
acción
and
y
more
para
stakeholders are
estar
looking
más
for
cerca de
ways to
las
achieve
metas de
national and
2030
international
y
food
para
loss and waste
lograr
goals.
los objetivos de
The people in
reducción
this
de pérdida y
room
desperdicio
and
de
our
alimentos
partners
para el
beyond it
2030 y
have
más
the
allá.
tools we need to
Nosotros
not
sabemos que
only
en
hit
esta
our
sala
collective
tenemos las
food waste
herramientas que
targets,
necesitamos no
but to
solamente
make
para
wasting
cumplir
food
con los
an
objetivos,
unacceptable behavior
sino
by
también
anyone.
para
We're
evitar que
confident
estas
we can get
conductas no
there and could
aceptables
not be
sigan
more
teniendo
excited to
lugar.
be here
Estamos
today.
muy emocionados,
Thank
muy
you all.
contentos de estar aquí con ustedes el día de hoy. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Aida, y a Posner Foundation por confiar en Pacto por la Comida para invertir en la reducción de pérdidas, en estrategias para reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos en México. Vamos a intentar una vez más conectar con Richard para ver si ya lo podemos escuchar.
For him. In case we cannot, we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess and then we'll be back to the second block of our event. You can't hear? Okay, then that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I remind you, if you have any questions, if you have any comments for any of the panelists or any of the presenters that we've had so far, you can go ahead and scan the QR code that is in your badge. That will open a link where you can type your questions, any questions that you may have for any of the presenters or panelists, anything that you want to learn a little bit more about. So we're going to give you a 5-minute break, and we'll be back to continue with the agenda. Thank you. Thank you.
Hola. Los invitamos a tomar sus lugares. Estamos listos para el segundo bloque de nuestro evento, de nuestro Foro Internacional, en el marco del Día de Concientización de Pérdidas y Desperdicio de Alimentos. Por favor, pasen a tomar sus lugares. Sí.
Please take a seat. We're ready to continue. We're still waiting for very interesting topics, so please take your seats. I think Richard's ready now. Fortunately, we were able to resolve our technical issues. And Richard is back. Richard?
Richard, do you hear me?
Richard, can you hear? Can you hear?
Thank you for your patience.
Can you hear me?
Escuchamos a Richard entonces.
¿Me escuchan en el auditorio? Sí. Me pueden escuchar, perfecto, eso es buena noticia. Hola a todos, soy Richard. Bueno, les agradezco muchísimo por la oportunidad de hablar con ustedes acerca de uno de los días más importantes del año, el Día Internacional de Concienciación de la Pérdida del Desperdicio de Alimentos. Es un placer que puedan estar acá, así que realmente eso es increíble. Y la lección es que la próxima vez tengo que estar con ustedes en la sala y eso es mucho más fácil. También estoy encantado de poder hablar con ustedes hoy. Esto realmente es muy importante para nosotros. RAP ha apoyado este esfuerzo desde el comienzo. Como escucharon, RAP es un luchador por el medio ambiente. Nosotros nos ocupamos del cambio climático y de los alimentos. Somos pioneros en el campo de las colaboraciones público-privados. Estamos en la campaña en contra del desperdicio. Vamos a reducir la pérdida del desperdicio de alimentos para el 2030. Y estamos trabajando con 40 países alrededor del mundo. En mi presentación vamos a hablar de los acuerdos voluntarios y de los objetivos para el 2030. Vamos a hablar del papel de estos acuerdos voluntarios y la inspiración y el llamado a la acción. Me pregunto si puedo ir para atrás. Una diapositiva para atrás. El Día Internacional de Concienciación de la Pérdida y el Desperdicio de Alimentos es un llamado a la acción para las entidades públicas y privadas en todo el mundo. Queremos trabajar juntos para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos, para reducir también el cambio climático. Nunca ha sido este llamado a la acción tan crítico como lo es el día de hoy. La semana pasada estuve en la reunión Champions 12.3, donde la gravedad del desafío que estamos enfrentando se vio claramente y la oportunidad para las acciones para reducir la pérdida del desperdicio de alimentos. Se habló de la importancia, se condenó la guerra en Ucrania y la guerra en Ucrania junto con el cambio climático está desplazando y dejando a muchísima gente con inseguridad alimentaria. También el desperdicio de alimentos es responsable por gran parte de los gases de invernadero en el planeta. Y sería, en términos de emisiones, el tercer país del mundo después de los Estados Unidos y China. Esto es algo que tiene que cambiar. Hoy en día se publicó un estudio de 4 mercados en el Reino Unido, Estados Unidos, Canadá y Australia acerca de la conducta de la gente comparado con el entorno de crisis en el que estamos viviendo. Y pese al entorno en el que estamos viviendo, los problemas que estamos viviendo, una cantidad enorme de alimentos se desperdician. Casi la mitad de las personas que respondieron a la encuesta dijeron que siguen desperdiciando casi la mitad de los alimentos. Esto realmente da la oportunidad para que los consumidores trabajen para reducir el desperdicio de alimentos en el hogar. Y 1 de cada 3 personas en este momento sería el equivalente de poner una bolsa entera de productos de supermercado en la basura todas las semanas. El costo es muchísimo más de mejores prácticas para combatir el desperdicio y la pérdida de alimentos. Uno de estos ejemplos es el modelo que RAP está celebrando el día de hoy, y sabemos que el trabajo que está haciendo BAMEX y los signatarios del Pacto por la Comida son un ejemplo a replicar. Pacto por la Comida es una parte integral de una red cada vez mayor de acuerdos voluntarios en todo el mundo, todos tratando de alcanzar las metas del milenio, la SDG 12.3, para cortar a la mitad el desperdicio y la pérdida de alimentos. Quiero compartir algunos de los hitos de progreso que se han logrado en acuerdos similares alrededor del mundo. Se han lanzado proyectos en Indonesia, en Australia. Este modelo se ha adoptado ya en 6 continentes en el mundo, en todos lados menos en Antártica. Y cuando miramos el número de negocios, empresas involucradas, más de 300 en total, esto es una influencia importante que va a llevar al cambio. A lo largo de la red vemos que se están adoptando informes precisos del desperdicio de alimentos. Y esto le permite a los negocios el concentrarse en cuáles son las fuentes del desperdicio de alimentos, conseguir los datos y tener entonces los datos base que son necesarios. Estamos viendo la transición del compromiso a la acción, y los signatarios están ahora reportando los datos. Tenemos los grupos de trabajo que están llevando esta reducción y aumentando la cantidad de donaciones. RAP quiere compartir esta información a lo largo de toda la red para que todos podamos estar inspirados por los esfuerzos que se han hecho. Tenemos que actuar mucho más rápido que incluso lo que dice el 12.3 para compartir los éxitos y las fallas de los acuerdos voluntarios, porque esto es clave para establecer la energía, el ímpetu para que esto se haga. Y Pacto por la Comida es un impulsor y un modelo para muchos otros acuerdos que tienen que comenzar.
Una inspiración recalcada por Champions 2.3 la semana pasada fue el grupo Enga,
who have announced that the company has cut food waste by 54% across all its restaurants in 32 markets. Please can I have the next slide? This makes it the first global company to demonstrate that target 12.3 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals is achievable. It took around 4 years to complete, although over a year was lost because of the COVID pandemic. It wasn't easy for Inca Group. Key to its success was setting the clear target of halving food loss and waste, making it a company priority across the organization, relentlessly measuring food waste across all their operations, working out the causes of food waste and tackling them. Regular reporting showed progress being made and allowed the sharing of best practice across the 32 countries, so it can definitely be done. Businesses can halve food waste. And I'm glad to report there are a group of 50 leading major food businesses also close to reporting a 50% reduction. Their achievements made possible through the adoption of target
measure, and act principles. And it is these principles that are the core of Pacto por la Comida, and through its influential signature base can convene collective ambition and action on food waste reduction and increased food donation. I'm also pleased that Pacto por la Comida is evolving, engaging with new sectors and incorporating behavior change into its activity. Tackling household food waste is also key to delivering 12.3, and I wanted to express my particular personal gratitude to Ida and the Posner Foundation for enabling the activity in Mexico on citizen engagement to be undertaken. This is an important step. My colleague Michael Jones will be talking later on the UK experience of reducing food loss and waste, food waste in household through behavior change. I'm sure that the project will generate insights that will benefit Mexico and beyond. The progress of Pacto por la Comida and its signatories in the fight against food waste is a beacon of best practice in Latin America and beyond. And RAP is actively working with stakeholders on the development of food waste voluntary agreements in Brazil and Colombia, inspired by the collaborative activity in Mexico. The world is watching Pacto por la Comida, and RAP is committed to see it going from strength to strength. Next slide, please. I want to finish on 3 key points. Next slide, please. The time for food loss and waste action is now. We need to build on the momentum of Pacto por la Comida to scale impact. Adoption of Target Measure Act principles are proven to be effective in halving food loss and waste, with businesses reporting such achievements. Pacto por la Comida and its signatories need to encourage wide adoption across the value chain. We now know that businesses can halve food loss and food waste, so it's time to press the accelerator, donating more food to those in need and delivering more savings more rapidly. And Pacto por la Comida, and indeed the voluntary agreements model's success, is built on its collaborative participants. I ask signatories to renew their commitment and efforts to halve food loss and waste, and with your influence, encourage others to join a leading initiative. Finally, given the significant food price inflation and the increasing cost of living crisis around the world, there has never been a more important time to focus on halving food loss and waste. This will help the food system feed more people, save money, and reduce the environmental footprint of food for the benefit of us, our children, and our grandchildren. The time for action is now. Thank you for your attention.
Herman Strutzenberg from the Inter-American Development Bank will give us this presentation. Herman has over 10 years of experience working in water projects, cleaning and solid waste, promoting reduction of food waste, circular economy, and recycling. He holds a master from Harvard University on public policy. Welcome, Herman. I hope I pronounce your last name correctly. The last name was not pronounced correctly, but it doesn't matter. I'm not going to correct you. I'll be diplomatic. So, again, it's a pleasure to be with you, at least virtually. I know most of you, and I'm sorry I cannot be there, but at least we can be present virtually. I was asked to talk about circular economy and about food loss and waste. So, if I can ask production to put up my presentation. Great. And if we can go to the first slide. You know, this in Latin America, this is a linear region. Our economies are based on a model of production, extraction, production, and final waste. So we're working on a project that will tell us about the circular economy and its impact on green economies, reduction of emissions. Now, the results are not going to be good of this study. I want to show you some data that we already know. If we can move to the next slide, please. We are the region that less recycles in the whole world. We recycle less than 5% of the solid municipal residue. We are one of the regions that less composts in the world. This is also relevant somewhat to our agenda of reducing food loss and waste. If we go on to the next slide, we will see that we're one of the regions that less reuses residual waters. There are some countries like Israel which reuse 80% of residual water. They treat it and reuse it for industrial uses, agricultural uses, not yet for human consumption, although there are some experiments in that sense. In Latin America, we're reusing less than 1% of the residual water, the wastewater. And we can see this linearity in our agenda. As far as the reduction of food lost and waste, we continue losing and wasting almost 1/3 of the production of food for human consumption. The 223 kilograms that you see per consumer is just lost. We have to add hundreds of kilograms more if we use the data on waste. So the phenomenon of food loss and waste is also an indicator of our linearity or lack of circularity as a region. As you know, if we can move on to the next slide, now going deeply into the issue, we're celebrating today the awareness on this issue, and this affects all the links in the chain. We see it affects all food groups, especially fruits and vegetables, but to high levels or percentages for every group. I was asked to talk about the causes of this phenomenon. If we go to the following slide, you will see that the loss and waste of food has multiple causes. In some cases, some are market failures, others are government failures, others that we know, like for example, quality standards, which result in overproduction. Our logistic chains are very analog and inefficient. As government failures, we have lack of infrastructure, railroad infrastructure, roads, issues with labeling, the costs of production, which are very low per ton. Sometimes it's cheaper to throw out food, to waste food, than trying to add value to it. Obviously, there's issues with access to financing on the part of our producers. This was mentioned in the panel. The small producers have little access to capital markets when they want to invest on improvements in technology and equipment or transportation logistics. They don't have that liquidity. They don't have that access to financing that would allow them to improve and to reduce the levels of waste and loss that they have. So this phenomenon, which has multiple causes, if we move on to the next slide, we see that in 2018, we decided to work in the bank about it. We started this initiative with many partners, many of whom are here today, and a regional initiative. We wanted to work along 4 important axes. Innovation, as Juan mentioned, we have moved forward. We have activated this ecosystem of entrepreneurship and startups in many countries in the region, including Mexico. There's an ecosystem of entrepreneurs who are working on this issue. We need to continue empowering them, working with them. And in many cases, those solutions are circular solutions. So we have to continue promoting all those spaces for entrepreneurship and innovation. Obviously, we also work on innovation through pilot projects, and the important ones are the issues of public policy. I'm going to tell you what we've done in that sense. The issue of knowledge, there's a lot of gaps in information. That's why we don't understand so well those market failures that would explain why we lose 1/3 of the production. There are issues of understanding or financing. Issues of behavior and financing. When we talk about financing, we're not talking about financing of large companies like the ones who are here present today, but how do we facilitate the access to financing to value chains, to companies like yours? This is key to accelerate and bring to scale the investment on this issue of the prevention of food loss and waste. In the next slide, we're going to see that also from this platform, and it's important to have a hierarchy, an approach that prioritizes different interventions. The most cost-effective way to reduce food waste and loss is donation. Then we can work on human consumption. It's not just donation. There's a lot of potential to work on circular solutions. And I think Gisela from Walmart was talking about this. There are different initiatives that allow us to recycle, to revalue, to recover, not only downcycling, but upcycling of those foods so that we can recover them for human consumption. Obviously, downcycling would be recovering it for animal feed, then the reuse and revalue through composting, looking at the end of the day to minimize the tonnage of organic residue that ends up in landfills. So this is the focus is a pyramid that was developed by APPA at a certain point to prioritize different projects and initiatives of this platform. Moving on to the next one, it is important to highlight that this, and the panel was discussing it, this is a pre-competitive agenda, reducing waste. For example, Bimbo's spectacular case, as Jimena was saying, Juan's same case with Nestle, but at the end of the day, it's a pre-competitive and collaborative agenda. What we need to look for is a network effect. We need to look for learning from the good experiences implemented in the private sector, and only in that fashion will we be able to reduce the levels of food loss and waste that we have in the region. If we can move on with the presentation, I just want to tell you briefly some things we've done along the axis of innovation. I was telling you about the innovation contest in Central America, Mexico, Argentina, Bogota. Now we want to launch an innovation contest in the Caribbean to work on reducing waste in the hospitality industry. You know, the touristic sector is very strong there, very big, and they generate high levels of waste. And we want to look for innovative solutions for that specific sector. If we can move on to the next slide. Also, hand in hand with food banks, we have piloted different schemes for the recovery of food along that first mile or post collection, post-harvest. In Colombia, working in market squares. We have a pilot on reducing waste. It's not only working on central markets, but also working back and forth along the food chain, along the supply chain. During the pandemic, we directly supported food banks, including BAMEX and the food banks that are part of BAMEX. This was something extraordinary, but the partners of this platform, we prioritized that at that moment when there was a big increase in food insecurity. We provided resources for buying food for people of low income. On issues of public policies, we have also organized the Latin American Summits for the reduction of FLW. This is an event that we have every 2 years. The next one will take place in 2023. Obviously, we will be inviting all of you to participate. I hope we can have it in Mexico. The first one was in Colombia, second one in Argentina. Maybe the third one we can hold it in collaboration with BAMEX and with Pacto and our colleagues in Mexico. As I was saying, in 2021, we organized the second Latin American Summit virtually from Argentina. Something significant on the issue of public policy is the support to different countries to develop national strategies for the reduction of FLW. This is a roadmap that the country has to prioritize, to articulate with different sectors of the chain We supported the strategy in Argentina. We're currently supporting the development of the roadmap that was launched this past Monday in Uruguay, another market we're working on. And next, this is more pertinent for you. You have a strong interest on this. In Mexico, we supported the strategy for reduction of FLW for Jalisco 2030. And if you move on to the next one, we work with this through the Secretariat of the Environment and the Secretariat of Economic Development. You can see some guidelines of this strategy at the state level. In Mexico, sometimes the strategy works best with the states than with the federal government. Obviously, we want to promote national strategy too. But in the case of Jalisco being the agricultural hub of the country, amongst others, I think this strategy can have a high impact in reducing FLW. You see some key axes there for strengthening, for infrastructure development, innovation, and obviously all the issue of developing capacity for the private sector as well as for the public sector. This is connected with our agenda for the recollection of solid waste. We need to work with our municipalities on reducing solid waste, minimizing solid waste with them. Next one, I just want to highlight a few more things. We launched together with our colleagues of WRI and following RAP's methodology, we can see that is structured the model that RAP proposes, which is to defining a goal, measuring, and eventually acting. This says here that we developed the methodology. At this time, we're running it in 26 countries in Latin America. If we move on to 2 slides ahead, I'm not going to go into details of this index. We can share it later. But this is it's like a street light. We can see where the different countries in the region are in terms of the goals that they have established for themselves at the state level or national level. If they have a baseline which is in some cases updated annually, what links of the chain are included with geographic regions, if there's a national strategy, if there's fiscal incentives to donations, I mean, a whole kit of different public policies that a country can implement that really show that they're taking a stand on reducing food loss and waste. It's not, the intention is not to accuse, to point fingers. It's just identifying where there are opportunities for improvement. And we as a platform, as actors, where we can support, identify, and provide different types of help, financial or technical assistance. We can move on to the next one, please. Briefly, a few more things. We work a lot on the issue of knowledge and measurement. This is key. In 2019-2020, we had a study to create a baseline on waste in the retail sector in Argentina. This has been institutionalized. There's a control board, dashboard that every company has, and also it's a basis to implement actions. And this following strongly RAP's recommendation of defining a goal, measuring, and acting. Moving on to the next one, we also work at the national level. It's key to support countries so that they can quantify their levels of FLW. We did it with the DANE, with the also the planning department in Colombia. We're doing this in Argentina, updating these methodologies. Renan might complement this. We're thinking in Mexico about updating the baseline, which was taken at some point. That's very interesting. It's something that's necessary. And we might be able to support this from this platform and from the bank, from the IDB. One more, and I'm almost done. We have also a guide to reduce food loss and waste in central markets and distribution markets. And at the end, and Renan really advanced this. This is something that looks for synergies with all types of partners, amongst them Pacto por la Comida, although that I think that Pacto por la Comida has a national footprint in Mexico. We, from this regional platform, Mexico is a priority. Geographical is a priority for the partners of the platform, and we're trying to prioritize this study, trying to replicate what I mentioned for Argentina, having a baseline for these services for the retail sector, so that we can establish a baseline, we can estimate the financial costs associated with food lost and waste, and eventually try to estimate the environmental and social impacts on issues of food security, which is significant for the retail sector in Mexico. So we love working with Pacto por la Comida. We are full partners. We love working with BAMEX, so you can count on us as a bank and obviously as a platform to continue developing strategies to working for Mexico and for a region without waste. So thank you for this space.
Thank you, Germán. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for staying up for us too. And we're going to continue with our agenda. We have the second panel for the afternoon, where we will be discussing changes in behavior and consumer habits as options to reduce food waste and loss. Again, this will be moderated by Renan Poveda. We have three great guests. One of them is in person. Michael Jones is here from the UK, also our partner from RAP. Michael Jones is international manager of RAP, and he is an ecologist. He has a decade of experience, and he specializes in these voluntary agreements in the UK and in RAP. As part of his current job, he advises governments and organizations throughout the world about how the model of voluntary agreements can be adapted to generate impact. Welcome, Michael. Here with us, we have Laura Torre from WWF Mexico. And Laura, for 10 years, has worked at WWF Mexico, where she has specialized in broadcasting of everything that has to do with conservation, planning, and execution of educational programs from a multidisciplinary focus. And she's a coordinator of the campaign Dale Chamba, Give Them Work, focusing on the biodiversity and gastronomy in Mexico and food waste and the impact this has on the environment. She is a specialist in communication by the University Iberoamericana. She has published in the Colegio de México and Instituto Morat. Welcome. From Colombia, we have Juanita Mesa from Consumer Goods Forum LATAM. She is manager in health and wellness, LATAM. She's an attorney with experience in sustainability, and she works with companies and businesses to define strategies for sustainability. She's in charge right now of implementation for plastic initiatives, food loss and waste, wellness, and climate change in the Consumer Goods Forum in Latin America. Welcome, Juanita. Thank you for being with us. Hello, can you hear? No. Honestly, there isn't much for me to do in this panel. It's a great pleasure to be with you and with Michael. Hi, Michael. Thank you for staying up late. But mostly, I would like for you to talk to us from your own point of view, what you've been able to do in order to change behavior, consumer behavior, to reduce food loss and waste. These are three different views, and WWF here in Mexico has done incredibly interesting work. RAP has a long history of implementing programs for many years, working with behavior changes within the home. And Consumer Goods Forums is also going to talk to us about the results of some research they've been doing. So we're going to start with Ana. Michael, you go next. Juanita, you go last. I don't know if you're able to show my presentation. There you go. I would like to think of this talk as a dish that I'm serving. It has a little bit of bitter flavor, some salty flavor, and some sweet flavor. I'm going to steal somebody else's words, the French anthropologist that said that food is good to eat and is also good to think. WWF Mexico, we have discovered that food is a tool that, well, is a very important tool to reach the public. Normally, environmental associations, we talk in sort of an echo chamber. We preach to the converted, so to speak. So we want to reach a broader audience, and so we use food, which is, is something that belongs to the entire, human race. We find this to be a channel that we can use to reach the public in ways that we wouldn't have found otherwise. This started with a campaign that was called Dale Chamba, Give It Work, and that's centered on biodiversity and food, to let people know that when we're talking about losing biodiversity, we're not talking about, sea creatures or polar bears. We're also talking about the chili that's in your food, the tomato that you eat, or some pumpkin that you eat. And so we move on to a second aspect. How can we change people's behavior? Because we had an incredible reach, 60 million people. I don't think we're ever going to reach that number of people again. But the next step that we had was, how are we going to change people's behavior? And I would like to start with the bitter thing. Is abrupt, is hard to tolerate. Next, please. So here, WWF has a report, is called the Living Planet Report. It measures the loss of biodiversity in the world, starting with measurement of a number of species. And as you can see there, the region where the biggest loss of biodiversity has happened is in Latin America. And the big drivers of this loss of biodiversity are the changes in the use of soil in food production. So on top of that, if we think that we're wasting that food that we're producing, then the number is exponential. The nature that we're really literally wasting away, we're throwing it in the bin. And we also find ourselves in a cultural environment that is very complex to be able to hope to change people's behavior. Some sociologists say that we're living a period that will be known as bastogenesis, which means that we're living a stage where consumption is determined by a very, very clear behavior, which is consumption to waste. We consume to waste. We waste food, we waste clothing, we waste tools. So the challenge here is on every aspect, it's major. And the solution that we are finding, and we're finding the solution in salt. Salt is something that makes us more acute, and this is something that we consider important, communication and education. And so we work starting with two topics, as I said, biodiversity, food waste, and as axis here we have communication and education. It's not enough to communicate. We need to educate people so that we can achieve that change in behavior that nature is begging for. So we have this project. It's a pilot project. Initially, it was going to be done in India and Mexico. Because of the pandemic, India was unable to participate, so just Mexico is doing it. And it is a pilot program. It tries, we intend to replicate this, not just here in the country, but in other places as well. IKI is financing it. It's the Organization of Climate Change, sponsored by the government of Germany. The University of Bielefeld in Germany is also helping us. Sebastian Bamberg, who's one of the biggest specialists in terms of psychology and environment, is helping us. He's our advisor, and WWF is working on this. We are doing at the Anáhuac University here with our partner here in Mexico for this type of enterprise, CIPRA, who is giving us advice in everything that has to do with gauging waste. So this is a pioneer program. Sebastian Bamberg defines it as quasi-experimental, so to speak. We're really working by trial and error and seeing exactly how we can generate improvement. We are working with two groups of that you could control. You could call them controls at the University of Anáhuac. These are university students in the communication field. And I was interested in doing this because of what I said in the beginning. We want youth to understand the challenge that it represents communicating this to other people. If you write food waste and loss on Google, you're going to get thousands of hits, but we're still wasting food. So information is not reaching the public. It's not reaching the public the way that we want it to reach the public. So this program, we have a control group, and they're taking a class that is centered on food waste and loss. And the idea is that this group will generate a communication campaign. They will learn about the problem, and they will apply what they learn, and they will generate a communication campaign. There's another control group that is being exposed to our campaign, our communication campaign, using this concept, dale chamba, give a chance to, the banana that could end up in the trash, or the piece of fruit that you're about to throw away. So we're looking at what is the difference between a young person taking a class versus one person or a young person being exposed to a communication campaign. All of this being monitored using a model that measures different variables in terms of psychological endpoints. So what we have here, well, initially we have to make the young people aware of what the problem is. That is the first thing that we have to do. Believe it or not, people don't know that this is a problem. We have repeated here that a third of all food is wasted, but if you ask people out on the street, hey, do you waste food at home? They're all going to say no. So that happens in restaurants as well. So this is something that people, they're not aware of this. So this is something that we're trying to do, inform young people to try and see what their connection is with nature, because our urban environment keeps us away from nature. And everything that happens in those degraded forests is something that we don't see. And since we don't see it, we don't care. So to know this social identity, what do young people relate to? What are their causes? Are they really relating to this cause, environmental protection, or are they not relating to it? And we also want to monitor their feelings, their emotions, the positive emotions. If they feel that they have an achievement, something that translates in an environmental achievement, do they get positive feelings about it? What are the moral norms that they have? What are the negative feelings that they have? Are they frustrated that forests are disappearing? Or are they frustrated because we're wasting a third of our food? We don't know this. So this is exactly what we are doing research on. I'm starting with this research. As they get all this information, they're becoming aware of what the problem is. Can we then, again, effect this change? Can we really allow them to affect these changes? Do they want to do these activities with us? Do they propose that this become a goal in their lives? And what happens with these subjective norms? As you may know, if it's not regulated by these norms, that the reasons why we do things, nobody would do anything. And remember, for instance, straws. For instance, we all used to drink using straws, and then all of a sudden it became something negative. You would see them in the nose, the head of a turtle. Then all of a sudden people are not using straws anymore. So this is similar to food waste and loss. How can we make people feel bad about wasting food so that they can really change their behavior? And then we can go to volunteering, planning, action. So as you can see, change behavior is something really complicated, but it is something that, we're very happy to do, and we're very engaged, we're very enthusiastic about it. So this is a multidisciplinary course. We also believe that we have to have this multidisciplinary focus, and they have to understand the social and environmental impact of food loss and waste, the impact that biodiversity has, the historical and cultural factors. Why all of a sudden, it became natural to waste food? What happened? Why is nobody horrified? When, initially, in the beginning, human society, from the beginning, if you wasted food, your community was not going to survive. And it was penalized by religion, most world religions. They have that catalog as, morally wrong, a bad behavior. when you're wasting food. So why did we stop looking at it that way? So you have to understand the cultural value of food. Why can we make these campaigns with food in Mexico? Why we have this love feeling, love relation with food, and everything else that I mentioned today, everything that has to do with communication to save the environment as well. That's one of our biggest challenges, is and how to create a responsible citizenry. Because we're talking about responsible consumers, but here we're not talking about responsible consumers. We're talking about being a responsible citizen that can claim the authorities and companies that they should do the right thing. And I'm almost done. And now, I just want you to look at this video, a very short video that is part of our campaign. This is what the students are being exposed to. And it has to do with behavioral factors, things like storing, perception, looks, how the food looks, and how you handle leftovers. We have an activist, a specialist in this. Just watch a few seconds of how this is done. How to, for instance, use a carrot. I don't think we have sound. If not, we're gonna finish so that I don't waste any time. And we're also doing some surveys so that we can measure all these behavioral factors that I'm talking about. We are doing the surveys, and we are really looking at young people's attitude, how they consider this as part of their moral norms, if there is really a will for to change. And we're also measuring this because as our partners, the Cipraselene, everything that you cannot measure, you cannot manage. So the fact that, in homes, most young people don't know what happens to food, to waste, for instance. If you can tell them where food waste goes, maybe that would generate change. So what do we know? And this is where we're all going to take this home, and we're going to be surprised, and we will know the challenge that we have ahead of us. And in this project, we have 68% of the students that are being part of the study. The study are women, 32% are males, between 18 and 27 years old. Most of them live with their parents at home. This is very important in Mexico. Sebastian Bamberg was really surprised when we told him, hey, wait, Sebastian, we cannot really apply the Anglo-Saxon family principles because college students here live at home with their parents. Mom serves them their food. As a student, you just eat. You don't have to worry about anything else. So he was like horrified. So he thought this was even a bigger challenge because young people as agents of change in their own homes and in their immediate community was even a bigger challenge. And this is no surprise. Moms are the ones responsible for shopping. In most homes, almost 70%, dads only 20%. So we heard from many men here, but men do not really buy food in their homes. So this is when you buy food. When we're talking about organizing and preparing, moms are the ones that do this. They are the ones in charge, or domestic employees. And this is an environment of middle and high class, which is what we have at the network.
When we ask young people how they identify socially, if they felt that they identify with an environmental association that does good things for the environment and for all of us, and they say that they do identify with an environmental organization, that they're interested in contact, to a lesser extent, they feel that they have a lot in common with them. Next one, this is very interesting. When we ask them, do you waste food in your home? The majority does not realize that they don't admit that they waste food in their home. Even if the most famous chef says that they don't waste food in the restaurant, they do. And in our homes, we waste food. But this youth is not seeing this. They don't see a problem. So how can we change behavior if we're not seeing a problem? I'm about to finish, yes. When they are asked what benefit would they see in not wasting food in their home? And the main benefit they see is, well, it would help the family economy. They wouldn't waste money by wasting food. In second place, they think that trash, refuse would be reduced. And in the third place, they see it in terms of health and environment. And the next one, please. Well, how do they feel, or how would they feel if we could not waste food in their homes? They all say satisfied. And that's something positive, because if we feel, joy, emotion, happiness, that's something that's momentarily, but satisfaction speaks to a long-term objective. That's something that's positive. They identify the fact that they don't waste food as something positive. This is the last one. There's a contradiction here. When we talk about what negative emotions they feel when they waste food, there's no negative emotion. Nothing. If they don't waste, nothing happens. So that's another challenge. And with this, I'll conclude. As you can see, the challenges are many, and this was just a little amuse-bouche, a little appetizer. Sorry to be pressing you, but we're a little bit behind, and I'm worried because I'm worried about Michael. I think it's like 2 a.m. in the United Kingdom. So, Michael, please go ahead. Gracias, Renan. Espero que me puedan escuchar bien. We can hear you. Muy bien. Buenas noches y muchas gracias por la oportunidad de participar en este día especial, el día de concientizar sobre el desperdicio y pérdida de alimentos, y para celebrar a los que son parte de la solución, con felicitaciones a Pacto.
In my presentation today, I want to share the UK experience in addressing household food waste and the critical role of behaviour change. Before I focus on the UK, I just wanted to reflect on the international context around food waste from the consumer perspective. The UNEP Food Waste Index report, published last year in collaboration with WRAP, is the world's most comprehensive report into global food waste in the home, the food service sector, and retail, using data from 54 countries. The findings are startling. 931 million tonnes of food ended up in the bin in 2019, and 17% of all the food that's available to consumers didn't make it to a mouth. And just to put that into context, that's the equivalent of 23 million fully loaded 40-ton trucks full of food wasted. And if they were laid bumper to bumper, it would circle the earth 7 times. And contrary to assumptions, household food waste isn't just a developed world problem. Household per capita food waste generation is similar across country income groups. As Richard alluded to earlier, International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste is a call for action for all stakeholders across the food system. And it clearly calls out consumers to play their role in cutting food loss and waste. And if we are to achieve the SDG target of 12.3, action to reduce household food waste is absolutely critical. Next slide, please. Okay, so onto the UK perspective. And the UK has a real challenge with household food waste. WRAP research post-Farmgate indicates that households are the major contributor to the overall food waste risings in the UK, around 70%. According to 2018 figures, of the 6.6 million tonnes we throw away, almost 3/4 is food that could have been eaten. The carbon associated is the equivalent to that generated by 1 in 5 cars in the UK roads. Since 2007, RAP has been working on the reduction of household food waste. And I will talk about the approach taken in the next slide. The total food waste in the UK has reduced by just over 1.4 million tonnes between 2018 and 2007. That equates to an 18% reduction. If you exclude the inedible parts, the reduction would be 26%, equivalent in pounds sterling to £4.8 billion, less food being wasted between 2018 and 2007. Over the last 15 years, RAP has developed a wealth of insight around consumption and household food waste to inform what are the most impactful interventions to take place. And we've really taken a people and product focus into that research to really understand the why of our behaviour and what are those practical steps that inform and encourage positive change, but also ensure that we sustain those behaviours going forward. On to the next slide, please. So here is an illustration of the holistic approach that the UK has taken to reducing household food waste. And as you can see, there are a number of interventions that the UK has utilised, and that has involved working with a range of partners to enable that to happen. So if we go through the interventions, the first is looking at collections and recycling infrastructure. That we've seen a movement in the UK of local governments having a consistent collection service across the UK. And that has involved looking to adopt, where possible, the implementation of segregated food waste at the curbside. So a regular collection of food waste. And as part of that process, educating and informing citizens about the service provision within their local area to ensure that it is best utilised, but also reduces contamination rates. Next is the utilisation, apologies, back one slide, sorry. Next intervention is national campaigns and working with media partners. In the UK, we have a national campaign called Love Food, Hate Waste, which is very much focused around the citizen and encouraging those real practical behaviours that we can do in the home. For example, thinking about planning, storage, and using leftovers correctly. And we've been using a range of communication channels over the years, from TV advertisements to advertisements in local press, to the utilisation of social media, particularly getting to that young audience, which has been referenced earlier. And we've also seen the opportunity to use influencers, whether that be from social media, but also celebrity chefs, to really encourage and enforce those key messages. The voluntary agreement in the UK, known as the Courtauld Commitment, has also played a critical role in driving behaviour change. One aspect is the fact that we use the hotspots approach in our work to really understand across critical categories where are the real opportunities for change, and within that thinking, where does the consumer piece fit in? But also it's an opportunity for our signatories within the voluntary agreement to be encouraged to engage in national campaign activity and to encourage their customers, their networks and suppliers to partake as well, and also encouraging them to take their own initiatives to reduce food waste, whether that be in store or through staff engagement. We also have a next intervention around looking at the technical aspects of food waste reduction. And what I mean by that are examples such as looking to packaging and its role in reducing food waste. Things like, for example, split packs for chicken could be an example, but also looking at interventions such as labeling and encouraging the designing out of food waste right from at the start of product new development as well. And that involves working with a range of stakeholders, particularly around health and safety. And finally, what brings all of these interventions together is monitoring and evaluation of the interventions themselves. And this brings credibility to the work in this sphere, that what we are looking to intervene is truly tested and evaluated. On to the next slide, please. I just wanted to touch a little bit more about that measurement and evaluation piece, because it's with it being so critical. And here on this slide is a demonstration of the range of activities that we do in the UK to actually get a real clear understanding of household food waste and behaviour change. So we have at government level the analysis of mandatory reporting around what is collected by at the household, and we also undertake physical waste compositions on a regular basis to really understand what is actually being thrown away in the bin. Of all of the activities that we do, we make sure that we have a pre and post evaluation campaign. So really understand the baseline behaviour and what has our intervention led to as a result. So retesting those theories and behaviours. We will regularly survey citizens to get their attitudes, to understand their attitudes to food waste and other environmental issues. And that includes taking household diaries, where a household would measure or record what they are consuming and throwing away over a week or a fortnightly basis. And then with the use of tools such as social media, we're able to track the influence and reach of our key messages that we circulate, but also see what the recall of those messages are as well. On to the next slide, please. Richard mentioned in his presentation some hot off the press insight which is being published today with RAP and Hellman's, and I just thought I'd share with you, this is the UK specific insight which is being gathered through that study. And you can see there's three groupings of insight which really demonstrates that you have to keep on and continue effort around household food waste reduction and citizen behaviour, because it is something which constantly needs attention. So the first grouping of insights clearly indicate that behaviour is still prominent, and we still see food waste occurring even when there are challenges such as a as we're seeing with the cost of living crisis, for example, and the fact that there are significant savings to be made at a family's level is really significant. And one of the issues there is that if you look at the bottom set of figures, it's that understanding, that connection between food waste and understanding that it can actually create a financial saving. There is still some work to do in that space, and that relationship, that correlation between the two. What's interesting on the far side is there is still requirement from citizens to really understand and have the resources as to what are those critical interventions that they can do to make their life easier in terms of reducing food waste and saving money as a result. So again, this fresh insight is a great impetus in terms of where we in the UK need to focus our attention going forward. Just on to the next slide, please. And this is my final slide. I just wanted to finish with some transferable learnings from the UK experience. Insight and evidence is absolutely critical to impactful action and the credibility of the interventions. So at the heart, monitoring and evaluation should be absolutely key. We've been on this journey in the UK for over 15 years, and it needs a long-term and evolutionary strategy in order to be effective. And what is clear is that you need to work with a range of partners to really have a true effect and to have that holistic approach to tackle citizen behaviour and food waste in the home. I'll leave it there, and thank you very much for your time. Many thanks for the opportunity through the Positive Foundation to work with BAMEX. We're very excited to take that journey into citizen behaviour change in Mexico in the year ahead. Thank you.
Different topics that, as I said, are challenges to the industry, and we work with the different actors and in the different regions where we operate. Specifically, and for today, because I think it's a challenge to talk about consumers changing habits, I'm going to move one forward. In terms of food waste and loss, we have some big areas of focus. First of all, we want to support the strategies and the goals that we have from the UN to reduce food waste and loss by 2030. We're working in this regard with several of the organizations that are here today to promote everything that has to do with measurement, to establish goals with members that are part of the Consumer Goods Forum, and also we work on communication issues recently, and that's one of the big challenges that we have right now. We want to promote habits to reduce food waste and loss. working with the consumers and in the homes to understand the importance that this has. In this regard, we have another initiative, Collaboration for Healthier Lives is the name. It's an initiative we've been working on in different countries. We have a strategy for Mexico specifically, but we have, work that we're doing in the US, Colombia, Turkey, China, and we are developing different strategies to promote habits in the consumers. So, as I said before, we are developing a number of strategies where all the companies are working with us, everybody that's part of our work groups. And one of the things we want to do is we want to work directly with the channels and the organizations that are part of these groups, understanding what the needs are. And one of the things that I want to tell you about today is that we can evolve in the direction of changing consumer habits. One of the things that we've seen, the pandemic was one of the big challenges. One of the things that we were working on before were different activities. For instance, point of sale in the supermarket. The pandemic presented a huge challenge for us. How to reach consumers, talk about change of habits, taking into account that people were at home, that they have moved the channels that we could use to communicate with people directly. So we have developed different strategies and digital strategies. And one of the things that we're working on right now, we want to work with the partners in the different companies that are part of the organization. We have more than 400 members globally. So we have a great reach, a number of collaborators, and we have great challenges. We know that the potential is huge, and every one of the people that work with us, they could become our ambassadors. They could talk about care, they can talk about reduction of food loss and waste, they can talk to their communities, with their friends. So we know that this is one of the very important channels that we have and that we can work with at this point. And just to mention, we work in partnership with different organizations globally. RAP is one of them, one of our big partners. And what we're working on is also implementing the different methodologies and strategies that our partners have implemented. We have worked a lot along the same lines as RAP presented. In Colombia this week, we presented a great study that WWF presented. And it's an invitation. It's a study that was done, some research that is important, not just for Colombia. It's also very relevant to different countries in the region. And one of the things that we worked on and we've seen working on this is we're trying to understand what the needs are. What is the consumer thinking? What type of habits do they have? What are their requirements, and how can we make things easier for them? How can we help them make decisions? I'm showing you something on the screen. I don't know if you can see it here, but we're promoting. We want to make sure that we have an equal communication. We see many times consumers are finding many, many messages from different organizations. And this is good in a sense. That means a lot of organizations are working on this, and we know that we have to reach the consumer and the public in general, and you have to talk to them all the time. But we think it's important to sort of make that communication more homologous. So we don't want to generate any confusion. And people sometimes do not understand the information we're giving them. It's not clear to them. For instance, when we're talking about expiration dates on the products, people don't know when products expire, and that is one of the big drivers of food waste and loss. And as I mentioned, we work with different strategies globally, and we work these different channels of communication. We want to give recognition to all the companies that are present here today that are part of the initiative, because we know of the effort that this type of strategy represents. And one of the things that we'll learn, and you're going to see on this slide, you're going to see how some of those are pictures of the activities that we've been doing. And the main thing is collaboration. These are things that you cannot work on alone. We know consumers need information. They need useful information, relevant information. It needs to be clear. And one of the challenges that we've seen when we use these strategies for change of consumer behavior, we need to find the language that people understand, that people can hear and really understand. We need to make sure that we can reach them using their language. And I think that's one of the big lessons that we learn. And well, as an organization, as a global organization, we've seen the importance of working with the local actors. And I think that's one of the most important things that we have seen with this work and with the partners that we work with and that we develop strategies with. And we have to talk to people and we have to use their language, their daily language. In order for them to change their habits, they need to understand what they're doing. We need to understand what their day-to-day is, what is their pain, what are the activities they engage in, so that we can promote change in habits. Here in Mexico specifically, we have an initiative that is called Mexico Ponte Bien. It's an initiative that started working in 2019. We were working on nutritional education, personal care, physical activity, but this year we've been working with BAMEX. And that is because we've seen that one of the big difficulties that people had was basic things. Things like they don't know how to go shopping, they don't know how to store their products, they don't know how long products last, and use certain parts of products that normally you don't know what to do. For instance, when we started working with this strategy, and I think Anna is the same, one of the conversations that we used to have, and I would say, hey, if you buy broccoli, for instance, you can use the top part, the flowers. What do you do with the rest? And I would say, well, I would throw it away. And then we've seen that there are many, many ways that you can use this, use the whole plant. And you can generate additional activities. So that was one of the big activities, lessons learned, how to make life easier for people day to day. Here are some of the other examples with some of the other companies that we are working with. On the right, you see a strategy that was recently launched by the Grupo Éxito in Colombia. They're trying to give information to people in the store so they know how to store products, where to store them, whether it's in the pantry or the fridge. And for instance, how can they put together the different products so that you get, a product that lasts longer or preserves better? So they go to the stores and they help people learn this information. And in Costa Rica, we're working with Automercado, developing different strategies, training strategies for consumers. And we do this frequently. And I'm going to mention this again. When you're talking about changing habits, you have to talk to people. Talk to them every day. Change of habit is not going to happen overnight. We want specific action. This is something that we need to be there and remind them day after day what the strategy is until it becomes a habit. So, and this, I'm almost done. Tell you that in the UK, we also have one of the programs, the strategy. We did a very interesting exercise. We did different pilot tests with, product positioning, for instance, when you move the products in the aisles, and this is not necessarily related to food waste and loss, but this is something that we did with Oxford University. What we were trying to understand is what were the strategies in the different supermarkets, what worked for the consumer, what did not work for the consumers. And I think we add value to our members because we have the ability to do pilot tests like this. We want to do something new, see if it works. If it doesn't work, we can change it quickly. And then we can reach those strategies and those lessons, all together. And we then want to share these experiences, first of all, to become more efficient and more effective in implementation of these projects that we're implementing. And just to finish up, this year we had a study that we did with one organization that is in the UK. We did an evaluation of the different strategies that we were carrying out in terms of changing consumer habits, and we have 4 big end results that we wanted to share with you. And we have them on the CGF homepage. You can find it. Any information that you want, you can download from our page. And we saw 4 big lessons. One, we have to design programs that are personalized. Sometimes it happens to us that as part of these strategies for changing habits, we think that they may become very general. But we see that there are different needs, there are different interests, people that speak differently. So we need to see how we can reach people in that language and understand exactly what their needs are, what their issues are, anything that's relevant to the person. So the strategy means it's not the same strategy to reach a person who lives alone versus a family of 5. So we can personalize those strategies. Second point, we have to base the strategies on the local objectives. So we have to see what their priorities are, for instance, the government priorities or local governments, because that really makes implementation easier for the different strategies. In the third place, we have to change the environment for consumers. We know that communication is really relevant. We have to reach the consumers, customers, and that's really important. And we also have to facilitate spaces for decision making. And we would see that, for instance, in the prior panel, some companies, some brands develop different strategies. They reformulate products. They reformulate where the product is at the store so that they can carry out different actions and also make it easier for the user to make a decision. For instance, in terms of plastic and recycling, we've seen there was a case in Colombia how by making it easier for the person to take the material to the closest place, for instance, the collection points where you can do the recycling, that makes it easier for you to carry out the different actions. And then measurement of impact. Everybody mentioned this, but when you are talking about changing habits, we have to understand what the goal is, and we also have to measure what is the impact that we have, so that we can make decisions. And one of the things that we have, the Consumer Goods Forum, we are able to give information to these organizations about all these projects that we're carrying out, the different strategies that we're testing for decision-making purposes for all these projects. So in order to end, Renan, I think that the value the spaces have, and especially initiatives like Pacto por la Comida, we have to think of the value of collaboration, to be able to generate joint strategies, to learn all together. This is a process that we're all learning at the same time. I don't think any of the organizations has been able to resolve 100%, none of these problems. So we have these gigantic problems, but the value of collaboration and be able to reach those goals together, that really makes it a lot easier for us to develop the strategies and to learn the lessons. So thank you. I want to thank you again for the time, and for us it's very important at the Consumer Goods Forum to implement these activities, and activities like today's meeting to increase awareness of food waste and loss. So thank you again. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you to our 3 panelists. This is a very, very important topic, changing consumer habits, especially it's the last link in the supply chain. So with the QR code that's on your badge, you can ask any questions that you have for our panelists. You can do it. We thank you all for being here. Michael, thank you for staying up so late. Very well. And our third and last panel for the evening, the topic is to see take care of food waste and loss in the hospitality sector. We also have a great panel. As our panelists get on stage, 2 of them are here in person, 1 is here remotely. It's a pleasure to tell you that in collaboration with Rappi, Bamex and Rappi have signed an agreement, strategic partnership, to increase awareness of all restaurants that are part of Rappi, and through food rescue programs, and we want to make sure that there's no food waste and loss in these restaurants. So we have the Director of Corporate Relations in Rappi Mexico. Thank you for your trust in us, and thank you for signing this very important agreement. I don't know if Mauricio is here with us, but round of applause for Rappi, because that it also generates change. And then Andrés González, he's an economist specialized in sustainable development. He started his career as an advisor for implementation of projects and use of technologies to make administrative and government processes more effective. Then he went to Grupo Afal, which is a restaurant company, to incorporate measurements when you make decisions and transition to more aware value generation. He works on process analysis and those who design them, operate, and manage them, especially the use of energy, water, material, equipment, and the impact that this has for generation of residues and in order to increase the number of positive results, and to the goal is to achieve regeneration processes.
We have the next presenter has a doctorate from Stanford. She received the Anahuac Medal in 2005 and also the Anahuac Generation 2010 Medal. 2020, she was recognized by the Women's Economic Forum in Latin America as an exceptional woman of excellence. Amongst her main projects, the rescue program to reduce waste with Bamex, MR, and Hilton. The bank has, the organization has also partnered with the Egypt World Bank to bring their model, their movement to prevent hunger. She works with the LGBTQ community and hunger in children. She works with the Casa Azul, Frida Kahlo Museum, the Fine Arts Museum, the National Museum, and the Modern Art Museum. Welcome, Marcela. Thanks for being with us. Genaro Aguilar Gutierrez is a doctor in economic science, graduate with honors from the National University of Campinas, São Paulo, Brazil, master in economy from UNAM, and an agricultural engineer with a degree from the University of Chapingo. She also did postgraduate studies at the University of São Paulo, Brazil. He has cooperated with the World Director of FAO in a program in Brazil. He has been an advisor to the Mexican government. He's a consultant for FAO. He's a coordinator of the Experts Network Against Food Waste and Loss from the FAO. Thank you for being with us. And again, Marcela, Genaro, and Andres. Andres is here. Okay. They're going to share their experiences on this important issue, on the advances in Mexico, the progress in Mexico to prevent the waste of food in the hospitality sector. Good afternoon, good evening. We're nearing the end, but I hope that this story can reach your hearts, because in Mexico, until about 2012, there was nobody anywhere talking about food waste loss or any issue. This was a non-existent issue. And even to this day, the paradigm that existed is that the issue of hunger was due exclusively to the lack of food. And in 2013, I was very impressed, because we had been working on the 2030 agenda with the 17 SDGs. The first one was poverty, the second one was hunger, and we all believed that the problem was the lack of food. And in those discussions, we decided at Bank of America to do something to work on the hunger issue. So I sought out Federico, I spoke to him, I said, Federico, what can we do to end hunger? And he kept looking at me and says, what do you mean? stop hunger? No, we cannot do that. It's a very complex problem. And I said, well, I don't want to, my concern is if we buy food, we donate it, but maybe tomorrow Bank of America doesn't give money for that food. What will happen to those people? I want to work on something that can help eradicate hunger. And I said, there's nobody in the world working on this issue. And he remained silent, thinking, and he said, I heard there's a person in Egypt who is trying to eradicate hunger. I looked on the internet and found Dr. Moisel Shohdi. He has a food bank in Egypt. And to my surprise, at that time, he was already feeding between 14 to 15 million people in Egypt. And he, I started looking at his history. He used to be the owner of 75 hotels. And he started seeing the waste of food that took place in hotels, and he wanted to do something. And he started to see what could he do with the food that remained in the kitchen that didn't go out? How could he recover it, donate it, and start doing something about this issue? And I looked at the project, I talked to Federico, and I said, Federico, why don't we try to copy Egypt's model? It won't be easy, no, because it's a different model. It's in Egypt, and what was the part that made me believe in this project? Well, Egypt is a country with many hotels like Mexico, and the waste is impressive. And something that caught my eye was that Dr. Moyes was the first person who spoke about waste and who convinced the World Bank to conduct the first study on food waste at the global level. And the World Bank, Dr. Moyes convinced the World Bank to do it. They conducted the first study on food waste. And you can see now that the issue, they realized that the issue was not the lack of food, but the waste of food. And at that time, this information started propagating and convinced Federico. Federico and I said, well, who do we do this project with? And we said, well, let's look for hotels and restaurants in Mexico who want to donate the food that was left in the kitchen and match a restaurant or a hotel with an institution or a food bank. And all the food that remains in the kitchen will be donated directly to a match. This hotel will be donating to this senior home. Whatever is left in the kitchen goes there. This one goes to street children. This one to handicapped children. It was something that was really interesting. And to convince people, I knocked at 1,000 doors and everybody said, this is crazy. No, not at all. And they thought it was an absurd story. Federico and I were able to convince CMR, Joaquin Vargas, who owned 150 restaurants, to partner with us. And that's how we started. And the next year, we were able to to join the Hilton chain of hotels. And the methodology, I cannot explain it at the time, but the methodology in Egypt was very costly for Mexico. So in Mexico, we had to, starting in 2014, we started with the project, and we've been working to this day. We had to adapt the methodology, adapt the manuals that Dr. Moyes had. And we thought about, I've said we have to have a way, the donation was very slow. And we decided to create a digital platform. We did that. We created an app that allows a hotel to donate food, saying, I have so many kilograms saved food in vacuum sealed bags, boxes, something to preserve it so the food is in good shape, and you can pick up the food on this day, everything transparent, and having the data on a platform. And it's been many years, and thanks God, and thanks Federico and the whole BAMEX team, CMR, Hilton, who believed in this and started to work on it. And it's something that I have very clear is from 2014 till now, there's been a total change of paradigm, which is people understood already at the global level that the problem is not the lack of food, is the waste of food. And something that impresses me, Roberto asked here today, do you believe that we can end hunger? And I was sitting here and really, I don't know. I just heard my voice saying, I do believe. And I was impressed by the fact that most people remain quiet. Because if there is one problem in the 2030 agenda that I'm absolutely sure that we can solve is the issue of hunger. Why? Because of all the food, and everybody who was in the previous panels and in the discussions, everybody said that 1/3 of the food that's produced in the world is wasted. If we recovered not 100% of this third, that would be enough to solve the hunger issue. In Mexico, you can see every minute we waste about 32 to 38 tons of food every minute. If we could recover 50% of what we're throwing out, no Mexican would go hungry. In my opinion, and the opinion of many of you here, we're convinced that it's a logistic problem, pretty much, is how do we recover this food? And at this time, we're looking more at hotels and restaurants right now. But as you saw, if we look at the whole chain, and I think that's something that many of the panelists here said, is this problem will not be resolved with 1, 2, or 3. It's not going to be resolved by 1 or 2 countries. It will be resolved to the extent that we can create awareness in the whole planet of this situation. And I believe I'm witness to this, and Federico too, and those of us who are part of BAMEX or who have been involved in this project, there has been a big change along the whole chain. There are more and more people who now know that this can be achieved. We had a hard time because, as you know, during the pandemic, the hotel sector was hit hard, and our numbers, our donations decreased, etc. But we are happy that right now, the project that we started, only Mexico City, there are now 13 states following it. There's over 17 significant hotel chains, many restaurant chains, and recently more restaurant chains have joined. This year has been a boom year for us because there's more awareness about this. And this year, we've been able to recover between January and now over 180 kilograms of food. A lot of people say it's not much. Well, it's much because we started from zero. There was no methodology, nothing. And, to the extent we have been working, I think something that's important is innovation. Dr. Moes made one small change in Egypt. It seems small, but now it has permeated pretty much all over the world. And a buffet is where you waste most food. He changed the big plates in the buffet. he substituted a 27 centimeter plate for a 32 centimeter plate. And how could such a small action make such a big change? Restaurants themselves started to see how much food they could recover or not be wasted just changing the size of a plate. Or in supermarkets, the first campaign we had in the world about produce. Every time we go shopping, I'm impressed by seeing that, of course, mostly it's women who go grocery shopping. I know you don't. There's one man here actually who does go grocery shopping. But what happens? I go to the supermarket, and of course, my mentality before was I want the perfect banana, the perfect apple, and I'm picking without noticing. You know, an apple that's larger or smaller, or that has a stain, it's as healthy, as perfect, as nutritious. So we need to make those changes. So really, I'm very happy to see that on all of this, if we can get this project together with all the other projects I've been hearing about, I'm happy to hear so many initiatives, so many projects. Renan, I think is wonderful. I saw the project of Pacto por la Comida being born, all of these initiatives, and I believe that if we all add a little, we will end hunger. Really, what I wanted to do is to find a way to make sure that when somebody asks, can we end hunger, that everybody is certain that we can reach zero hunger. We can. The problem is not the lack of food, it's waste, it's loss of food. And if there's something that, I mean, this is testimony to how many projects, how many innovations everywhere exist to achieve this. And one example, as my final example, tomato in Mexico. We know that it remains on the fields because of price changes. They're wasted every year. If you think about the Latin American tower, 8 times its height in tomatoes. This amount remains rotting on the fields because of stupid reason. And what did they do in Egypt? They put on the field a tomato sauce factory. This factory belongs to the farmers. And with this action, they help the farmers to make more money and to prevent waste. I can tell you that, thanks God, today in the world, there are thousands of ways of preventing waste. We have to join our efforts, that's all. And I thank everybody here, the ones I know, the ones I had the chance to meet today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcela. Andres, can you share with us a little bit of your experience? Good evening. No sound. As we solve the technical issues with Andres, Genaro, if you can go ahead and start sharing your own experience. If you can help with the presentation, please. But I will quickly tell you, I think that what Marcela was telling us is very interesting, especially in the light of the results that we can see when that's the presentation, please. When we try to identify the precise volume of food that is wasted every day at hotels in Mexico, I'm going to get ahead a little bit as you start showing my presentation. I will tell you the amount of food that is wasted in hotels in Mexico is equivalent of almost 10% of what is lost or wasted in the whole country. We are talking about, throughout the country, we are wasting more than 20 million tons of food per year. Out of those 20 million tons of food, next, we're wasting a huge amount in Mexico. Next one, I'm going to go very fast because it's, I know we are short of time. We've really gone over a lot. But let me tell you something. In Mexico, we started studying quantification of food waste and losses in 2013. So this all created a technical group to fight food waste and loss. And we found that it was about 10 million tons of food that were wasted in Mexico. By 2018, for the World Bank with Renan, we did a study. According to the study, we saw that it was 20 million tons of food that were wasted. And by 2020, we're talking about 22.7 million tons. So quickly, I will let you know that there's a law that was enacted recently, circular economy law. I'm not going to explain in detail. Let's move forward. The idea that we proposed ourselves was to try to identify out of what is wasted in Latin America, what is wasted in Mexico, what is the proportion of that amount that is wasted at hotels. So we looked at a series of numbers to try to quantify this. 3 questions that we had to answer. How many meals a year do hotels in Mexico serve? Did we have any idea? We started looking at the information. We do have information about the hotel sector in Mexico. So how much food is wasted there? How can we get an idea of the actual number? I don't know if you can see what's there, but if you can't see it, I'm going to tell you. In Mexico, every year, and these are data from 2019. I'm going to tell you why they're not from 2021, because those were totally atypical years. But the last totally typical year was 2019, the last year we have information for. In 2019, the number of hotel rooms, the capacity installed in Mexico was 836,000 hotel rooms. Out of those, 60% was the daily use of hotels in Mexico, which means out of those 836,000 rooms, are about 580,000 are the rooms that are used every day in Mexico. If those hotel rooms are used 365 days out of the year, that means those hotel rooms are used by 184 million nights, quote unquote. And if every hotel room has 2.5 people, that means that we have 460 million people staying in hotels every year, 460 million people. Well, so we asked ourselves, what percentage of those hotels offer buffet services? Approximately 80%. So if it's 80%, then we have 368 million people yearly that eat buffets in hotels in Mexico. Out of those 368 million people, they waste, and I'm going to do a little pause here. Every person that goes to a buffet service wastes more than 1 kilogram of food, according to a study that was done in Jalisco. CIPRA did that study. It was mentioned earlier today. So it's a company that did a study. They measured how much was wasted, and it was over 1 kilogram. So let's say it's not 1 kilogram. Let's say it's 400 grams. So those 368 million people that stay in hotels in Mexico every year, every one of them wasting 400 grams of food, that would be more than 441 million kilograms of food wasted in hotels, in restaurants in Mexico, in hotels that offer buffet services. That means more than 440,000 tons. Those 440,000 tons compared to what was wasted in the country, that was 20 million tons of food. That would be 2.16%. I mean, this is a conservative calculation or estimate because there are field studies that show you that the food waste per person in this type of restaurant is much higher than that. So we did another, we consider that instead of 400 grams, let's say that it is 600 grams per person, and the result is, we're going to do the same calculation, and the result is, out of the total that is wasted in Mexico, 828,000 tons are wasted in hotels in those buffet restaurants. That's 4% of the production of national food waste and loss. So, if we go with what the Jalisco says, that really we are seeing more than 1 kilogram wasted per person in this kind of buffet service, the amount is staggering. More than 1,500,000 tons of food wasted in restaurants, in hotels, in that serve buffet in the country. That's more than 7% of the food waste and loss in the country. If somebody tells me, well, you are exaggerating because not everybody is wasting 1 kilogram, I'm going to say yes, perhaps in hotels with buffet-style serving. But Mexico has 500,000 restaurants that are outside hotels. Out of those 580,000 restaurants outside of hotels, 380,000 do offer buffet services. So if we put all of those together, I'm sure we're going to reach a number, this is the last one, we're for sure going to see the food waste and loss. Looking at this being conservative, it's about 7% of the total waste, around 1.5 million tons in buffet services, if we're being conservative. But if we include all restaurants that are not inside hotels, those numbers could double. They could reach 10, 12, or 14% of the food waste and loss. It's a gigantic number. And I just wanted to show you this number just to get your attention. We have to have more accurate studies of what's happening in hotels in Mexico. And this is something that will also lead to take actions like the ones Marcela was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Genaro. Really, data that's impressive. We have been working since 2014 on a strategy to reduce the food waste in that sector. As Marcela says, we're growing. And one of the big success stories, Andres, we hope we can hear you share it. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Genaro, Marcela. Excellent introduction to the issue of rescue. You have really prepared the way for my presentation. Really, the data that you have been sharing during your presentations are really terrifying and really, make us lose some hope. But we need to transform this into hope and action. Like you, Marcela, I do think that we can end hunger. This program, Rescue Together to the Rescue specifically, is one of the things that works. And it's good to know that there's so many heads, so many minds, so many hearts thinking and working to make this a reality. If you can move on to the next one. Well, we talked a lot about the current situation from the standpoint of laws and emissions. I wanted to share a couple of images to show where that food really ends up. I'm not going to go into details. You can just see it. This is a reality for most cities. This is where our food ends up, where most of the materials that we use in the restaurant industry, in hospitals, ends up along the whole value chain. Unfortunately, they end up here, or they end up on the fields, and they end up hurting everybody. So here in our group, we wanted to gain a better understanding of the situation. Is like our body, if we put healthy things in, we are healthy. Same thing in restaurants. We need to look at the flow of materials, to analyze it, to understand it, to be able to decide what comes in, what comes out. In this case, this is a map we developed with CIPRA, with the consultant, with Selena, who helped us to understand our current situation. And we see that we generate a lot of materials, but of those materials, a large number are organic residues, organic waste, and a good part of that is food that is apt for human consumption. So this is how does it look? What comes out of our restaurants? More than half is food, 10% is plastic, 30% is cellulose, 4 or 5% other materials. So going back to the inverted pyramid that German mentioned also, this is a simplified version, but we can see that the most important thing, the preferred course of action, is to reduce waste at the source. Things like what Marcela mentioned, reducing the size of the plate, changing the concept. How do we present a meal? How do we present food? This can help to have a significant impact at very low cost. Rescue allows us to reduce at the source because we reduce waste. It doesn't just go into the garbage bag. We have to map it, we put it in the app, we save it until the truck comes, and that's it. It can be reused. So it's very important for us to rescue food because it makes us see waste, which is a reality in our operations, but it's something that we don't want to see. We say, well, better to let it go with the trash and the problem goes away. But we realize that a lot of the materials that we use in the food can be revalued. And finally, I think other panelists commented on this, the issue of composting or using it for other sub-processes. I'm very interested, and I will reach out to you to see what options are there for our restaurants here in the northeast of the country. But it's an excellent alternative. If it cannot be used for human consumption, we need to find other ways to revalue those materials. And finally, going back to what I showed you in that first image, is I hope it becomes neutral in our case and for the world. So what do we see? Fortunately and unfortunately also, we were a little shocked to see that 70% of our waste is being generated in our kitchen. Only 30% of our organic waste is generated by our guests, by our customers who don't finish their portions, or they open the bottle of ketchup and leave it there, and this is food that we cannot rescue anymore. However, everything that doesn't come out of the kitchen, thing that we have prepared but is potentially can be rescued. So we really decided to dive deep into those materials, those raw materials. We saw that many things like dressings, ketchup, coffee, potatoes, there's a lot of food that's wasted, and a good portion of them are up for human consumption. And simply because of our operational processes and the quality that we want to provide, with our hamburgers and other products, well, they don't comply with that premium quality that we want to make our standard. But nevertheless, this is 100% good for human consumption. So our golden rule is, well, if you would eat it, then yes, it can be rescued. Now, if it fell on the floor, would you eat it? No. So, and our collaborators who are doing this, taking care of this rescue day after day, well, we decide if it's rescued or if it goes to waste. How does it work? It's pretty simple. Where we prepare food that is not saleable for whatever reason, but that is apt for human consumption, we package it, we weigh it, we label it, and we record it in the app of Al Rescate with the partner entities that each one of the restaurants works with. Then personnel from the food bank of the cities or the partner institutions, we deliver the food directly to them from our restaurants. So to a great extent, the logistic aspect, we don't have to worry about it as restaurateurs. It's the beneficial organization that becomes responsible for all this product. And finally, the food bank, even though there are other institutions, I say food bank because of the 13 institutions we work with, 11 are food banks. So they take the packaged food that we prepare, they may use them in their own facilities, or maybe they can deliver to the bank beneficiaries. We have seen in our operations, after operating with rescue for with Al Rescate for over 20 months, that the main things that we're sending are lettuce, tomato, biscuit, white, purple onions, and there's a list of items that we're also donating, proteins, carbohydrates, other breads, etc. But 95% are these 5 items that you see here. And also, going back to the pie chart of the waste that we generate in restaurants, we see that the rescue is helping us in the waste management. There is a cost for sending food to the landfill. There is also a cost in rescuing for food, but it reduces significantly what we send to waste. And we see a potential for more for use, and we hope to be increasing the percentage of the food that we're able to rescue. Now, a little bit of hard data about an average restaurant. We're rescuing every year per restaurant. Some of them rescue much more, some much less, but it's about 3.7 tons. These 3.7 tons benefit 521 persons. We prevent a little bit more of 2 tons of CO2 equivalent. It requires an investment of 1 hour a day in this program, on average. Even then, we think that something that's not onerous and the impact is really positive. So this equals planting 36 trees and taking care of them for 10 years as far as the emissions of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. The investment in the program is 14,000 pesos, is the sealer that we need to use, the labels, the bags, the scale. The operational cost for the program annually is under 9,000 pesos. And an important data here, the average cost, it sounded high when we were not familiar with the process, but now it has been decreases. And the average cost of rescuing a meal is 2.3 pesos. The average value of what we're rescuing per kilogram is about over 12 pesos. So for every peso that we invest, that's being multiplied 12 times. And the transfer value, the economic value transferred by each restaurant is over 100,000 pesos a year. And that will keep increasing. based on what we can transfer to the community, to our partners that are in the vicinity of our facilities. And finally, here, this is part of the cumulative results for 2022. We have 55 of our almost 85 restaurants that are working the rescue. We have rescued 149 tons this year. We have benefited 2,500 people month after month. These people benefit. So this helps us to reduce emissions by 86 tons. That's the equivalent of planting 1,400 trees. We love the program Al Rescate because this discourse of social responsibility, of other things that we're trying to promote from the sustainability area of the company, this becomes a discourse that has is not just words. It's been fleshed out, and it's just a matter of getting to work. This has become part of the DNA of the organization. People who go to a restaurant that does not participate pretty much demand it. They say, well, you're wasting food here. So there's some limitations to implementing it to 100%, but we are doing for the most part. And another interesting fact is for each one of our collaborators who are helping, each person who cooperates in the program helps to feed another person. So each person is responsible of feeding somebody else who's facing hunger. So this also creates a sense of belonging and a sense of accountability for the work that's much deeper, and responsibility for the work. And finally, the social impact. This helps us to link strongly with the organizations that we work with in the northeast of the country. Now, fortunately, we're working with the food banks in Obregón, Hermosillo, Mochis, etc. So the food banks, since we have this closer relationship, they trust us, we trust them more. So also, besides food, they're helping us with the logistical issues on food waste management. So if I lower the number of visits that I need from waste management, I can also donate a little more to the food bank. This also allows us to our collaborators to involve them in volunteering, not just their work with the restaurant. Our partners are going to restaurants, they're helping to prepare these meals, and this helps with the sense of belonging, the sense of community, both within the company and individually in their particular situation. And it benefits senior citizens, children, vulnerable families, communities, etc., a number of institutions.
And now lastly, the environmental aspect. This trip that we started in 2017, 2018, with some advice about what was happening with the food supply chain with the food banks. It's something that made us curious. We wanted to learn more. And that's what led us to research our carbon footprint, to give it exact numbers, to see exactly what was happening. A fourth of our emissions is the gas that we use for the facilities, half is for the electricity, and then the rest comes from emissions associated with the waste. So if we look at it that way, and it's so concrete, it allows us to really take action. And something that started with the idea of avoiding food loss and weight, now it makes us more responsible restaurant operators. So we are generating 17,000 tons of it would be like planting thousands of forests every year and take care of that just to offset all that carbon that we're releasing into the atmosphere. So if we can, this is an idea that moves us to find alternatives in terms of how much waste we have generated, the equivalent of 216 trailers. So this is something that we incorporate now in every decision we make. and we cannot avoid looking at it anymore. So this is a very pleasant trip for us, though. It's a challenge, and I love knowing that many others are adding their efforts to this, because the size of the problem, food loss and weight, is a huge problem, but little by little we're going to move forward. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much, Andres. It's a pleasure to know that our rescue program is giving great results. And in order to close this forum, we thank you for your patience. We thank you for remaining till the end. We know it's a lot of information, but it's all relevant. This is the time to take action. If we do not have the data, it's impossible, difficult if not impossible, to do what we need to do. In order to close, I'm going to introduce Silvia Suárez Guerra, friend and honorary president of Pacto por la Comida. Silvia Suárez Guerra is a journalist from UNAM, and she's done postgraduate studies in the Tec de Monterrey. She studied business in France. And right now, Silvia is Senior Director of Strategy for Sustainability and Marketing for Latin America in Brambles. And she has experience in the commercial strategy and marketing areas for different companies like L'Oreal, PepsiCo, Hewlett-Packard, British American Tobacco, among many others. Thank you, Silvia. Hi, good evening. Juanita was saying that I was the last one. She said she was the last one. Then Marcela said was the last one, and no, she wasn't. So it's very difficult to close after all this information that was shared with you after so many hours. The good thing is, I promise you, I am the last one. And after me, we have some nice drinks, and we can share our experiences. And despite what Renan said, there will not be a test at the end of this. So as Mariana said, it's my honor to preside Pacto por la Comida. Well, from the beginning and in this last year, and we've seen great things happen. And obviously, we have bigger causes that are being moved by this. I feel like I'm at the Oscars. I have an endless list of people to thank. But first of all, I want to thank you for your patience listening to the presentations. We are sure you are going to help us spread the word and generate those changes, the changes that we discussed today. So personally, I want to thank Pamex, Tere, everybody in the team at Pacto por la Comida, the entire board of directors of Banco de Alimentos México, all the work that was done with Mariana, with Gaby, with Renan, throughout this last year. Obviously, all the organizations that have had faith in this initiative, this project, and that have added their efforts to work in collaboration with us. So, well, big brands, as we've seen today, big companies, organizations that have assumed the same commitment and have the same goal of eradicating something that is not right and something that we need to do. On behalf of the company that I represent, we do logistics solutions along the supply chain. We are very aware of all this that's been generated. We are, witnesses to, where food is produced, where it's harvested. We see the entire chain that is required by food production, the entire process, manufacturing, delivery, point of sale, and then eventually with food banks also, and how we contribute, so that this reaches different organizations, so that, as we've seen, there is a big need, and part of the vision that our company has to do with how we can contribute to food banks around the world to try to alleviate all these evils. When we know the supply chain is one of the biggest challenges that we have to solve, we've seen very revealing numbers with multiple impact. we've seen that not only is the food waste and loss, but also the impact that this has on the environment, the irresponsibility that perhaps we show in our own homes when we are consuming and we're generating all this waste. So we can say that this is disheartening to a certain extent, but we have to have faith that we can become agents of change. We can promote this in our companies, organizations, in society, obviously us ourselves as part of our own families can generate change. Also, the need that exists, thousands of millions of people that experience hunger. I hope that we never lose awareness of that. How many times we've had a headache or we have a tummy ache because we're hungry, and that headache, that tummy ache is so far detached from what millions of people experience because they literally have nothing to eat. So part of the challenge that we have is how can we make this more effective? How can we deliver this food more effectively? And like Marcela said, I wish we could eradicate hunger in Mexico and the planet. For these huge goals, what we need to have is big ambitions. We need big social changes. And one of the challenges that we've seen is the change of habits. When we talk personally about what those changes of habits are, many of us reflect about the importance of having a list, for instance, when we go shopping, and to buy exactly, strictly what we need, being very aware of what we're doing for the week. I think very few of us do that. Many of us, look, like Juanita was saying, how many of us question ourselves, and now with all the advances in technology, how many times we ask Google, what can I do with, I don't know, with these little pieces of broccoli that I have left? And I'm sure Google would give us an answer. We don't do that, and that's something that we could do. That would be a habit we can change. When we go to a restaurant, how many times we stop to ask the waiter to see what's going to be on our plate, so that from the beginning, we reject what we're not going to eat, and for that not to generate even more waste. So these are just some of the examples of many, many things that we can do as part of these changes that we're discussing that are so important. And what can we do? Starting with the information and communication, what can we do starting with collaboration with the different companies? We've seen that Pacto por la Comida not only offers a framework so that you can measure and different ways of reducing those the waste. It has to also give us a frame of reference so that we can educate consumers, educate people, educate ourselves, and become part of these changes that we want to achieve. And finally, I would like to share with you a couple of things. The first one, I would like to invite you to participate in this initiative that is about to be launched. It's Kilos por la Nutrición, Kilograms for Nutrition. It's an initiative. We had the first edition in the month of May. And what it intends to do is to get donations from companies, individual donations from our families, from our friends. So we're able to achieve a goal that may seem small, but compared to the numbers that we handle in different companies, I think that we end up adding numbers, not only in Mexico. This is an effort that's going to extend to other Latin American countries, and we reach more than 20. So when we transform these tons in these packages that we deliver to families, families that need the food, we can see that these tons will become help for many, many families. So we invite you to add your name to this initiative.
And we have said this in other fora. If there's a proverb that says, if you walk alone, you arrive fast, but if we walk together, we can go far. So this is an invitation to walk together on these efforts. Thank you very much, everyone. It's very gratifying to be able to help. I hope that everything we saw today, all this data becomes in action, becomes in a will to get involved and to help, because, as I said, it's very gratifying to be able to do it. A couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity of having an interview with students from Anahuac. They asked me if I had a superpower, what would it be? Now, thinking about that today, I'm going to tell you the same one I told them, but adding a little tail. Since I'm a big eater, my superpower would be to be able to eat and not gain weight. But if I can add something, it would be to eat, to not get fat, and to not waste food. There are some key words that we learned today, that we have learned along the launch of Pacto por la Comida. And there's the 3 C's that we want you to incorporate in your vocabulary. The first one is collaboration, the power of collaboration. If we join hands, we can achieve all those changes that are necessary. Thinking about the whole value chain behind that food waste and loss. The second C is conscience or awareness, creating awareness through information, education, transforming all the data that we've seen. And if we do this, I'm sure that we will have that superpower to create change. The third C is this mantra: food shouldn't be thrown out. Food, comida. So thank you for your patience here today. We're going to invite you to watch a short video that we have prepared for you. After this video, we ask you to join us to a cocktail that we have prepared for you. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Waste and loss of food is a big problem in the world. We need to take care of it. United Nations has declared September 29 as the International Day of Awareness on Food Loss and Waste. Why is there a day for that? It turns out that globally, over a third of all the food production is lost or wasted from the moment it's produced on the fields until it's consumed in homes. Did you know that the decomposition of these food generates about 10% of all the emissions of greenhouse gas in the planet? If this FLW were a country, it would be the third contributor of greenhouse gases, just after the US and China. Can you imagine? 40% of arable land in the world produces food that will never be consumed. That is 4.4 million square kilometers. At the global level, there is awareness of this problem. That's why the International Day of Awareness on Food Loss and Waste was established. But that's at the global level. How are we doing in Mexico? In our country, more than 30 million tons of food are lost or wasted every year. That's over 40% of the production. Can you imagine this? For each plate that is served, for each taco, each sandwich, each lot, every home, every basket, the waste of food increases global warming. Only in Mexico, over 36 million tons of carbon dioxide is launched into the atmosphere just by the decomposition of food in landfills. This is equal to the emissions of all the vehicular fleets in Mexico City, Jalisco, and Nuevo León. Food waste and loss also damages ecosystems. The land that's destined to produce food ends up substituting for forests and woods. In Mexico, 4 million hectares of land are really wasted by producing food that will never be consumed. The waste of food also contributes to the shortage of water, since a lot is required to produce it. And you know how much? It's over 40 billion cubic meters a year. This water will be enough to supply the whole population of the country for 2 years. Can you imagine if we could reduce food loss and waste? What would be the positive impact? We would be preserving the environment and the natural resources like water and soil. We would have a more equitable distribution of food, generating significant savings in our economy and preventing global warming. And really, there's many of us who can make a difference. There's the agricultural sector, the food industry, the transportation industry, the self-service markets, retails, restaurants, hotels, and other services, and of course you in your home. The good news is that there's more of us now who have joined in this objective. The United Nations established as one of the SDGs, as one of the most important ones, reducing FLW up to 50% by 2030. That's the dream, the commitment. That's why we're pleased to be part of this effort from BAMEX and Pacto por la Comida. September is a month to create and raise awareness on food waste and loss and the immense impact it has on our planet. Now you know it. Join us. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attendance. We hope to see you next year, and we hope that all of us leave from here looking at our food plate in a different way, and we invite you to share a drink with us. Thank you very much.